All right, everybody. It's the broadcast of the Every Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. It's Damon the Black Knight, our new show. We haven't did it in a while, but it has replaced the Maximum Overdrive. That Maximum Overdrive is no more. It is now Damon the Black Knight. We're going to be talking about community building, okay? Building a community. Whose job is it to build a community? How do we build a community? You know that old manosphere? We can do a lot with the manosphere, and I'm going to tell you why. But there's some things that we got to fix about the manosphere before we can use it. I'll let you know what's up, okay? It's Dame and the Black Knight. Come on, Dame. Do music. Yeah, a little funky jazz. Come on, y'all. What's going on? All right, Dame, you can lower it down and cut the music right now. What's going on, everybody? All right. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Dame and the Black Knight. The backdrop you see in the back, that is the backdrop to our new show coming up next year called Urban Builders, where we will be all about community building, black people building, all day, every day, all the time. Black people brainstorming, black people fixing. I don't like to get into the uplifting thing because to me, when we say uplift, it suggests that we're in a really bad state. And I don't want to continue to perpetuate that kind of mentality. I'm on more of an even killed mentalities. You know, we're standing on solid ground, firm ground. And that's where we're going to build our community. You know, so definitely urban builders will be about black community building and a lot of things that we can do in the community. And so before we get started, I'm going to get a sound check.
All right, coming in loud and clear.
All right. And this is a different kind of show, y'all. It's a comprehensive talk show where me and Dane will be talking back and forth with each other. And we will open up the mic later on. We may have a panelist or two. But understand something, though. When you're on this panel for this show, you can be challenged by the audience. Okay? All right. So, but anyway, Dane, come on in here. Everybody is Dane, the Lady
Hello.
Knight. All right, Dan, we're going to talk about some community. Let me tell you something. The manosphere, y'all. I know a lot of y'all hate the manosphere, so do I. But let me tell you something. The concept of the manosphere is sound. But here's the problem with the manosphere. They have the wrong leadership. And so because of the wrong leadership, you have the wrong kind of men that make up the manosphere. You see, the people follow the leadership. The quality of the people stems from the quality of the leadership. So the manosphere right now is saturated with a bunch of incels, awkward dudes, guys who hate women, guys who love other men, um, just overall dysfunction, and just a big waste of human lives. That's what the manosphere is in its current state right now. It's just a big waste of human lives. Okay, nothing good is coming from it. Nothing positive. It's just a large group of just worthless, weak, pathetic males. But with the right leadership, the manosphere could be powerful in the black community. I mean, with the right leadership, the manosphere can grow as big and rival the NOI if it has the right leadership. Now, don't come here talking about, well, Max is big enough to manosphere. No, 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 no. The manosphere in its current state is no good to no one. It's definitely not good to the black community. It's not good to black women. It's not good to black children. It's not even good to black men. The black men in the manosphere today are terrible people. They are despicable human beings. So what the manosphere needs to happen, what needs to happen in the manosphere, it needs to be gutted. All of the leadership, or the so-called leadership, needs to be gutted. And all of the incels and the little toy wind up doll, blow up doll people, they need to go too. See, understand something. When you want to make something pure, then you have to purge it. All right? You have to purge it. We might have to get everybody out of the manosphere and take the concept and start all over again. It's a sound concept. It just has the wrong leaders. And because you have the wrong leaders, they've acquired the wrong kind of black men. That's why the manosphere is no good to the black community. But with the right kind of leadership, with strong leadership of brothers with their heads screwed on right, who knows what's going on, who know how to lead, who know how to build, who know how to organize, the manosphere can be extremely powerful and a serious asset to black society. But again, you have to get the leadership out. You got to gut the leadership, and also get rid of the weak, pathetic males. You got to get rid of them too. When it's all said and done, once you finish gutting the manosphere, you may have 5 members left. That's good, because those are 5 good members, and they will add more. But it needs to be overhauled. Now, the question, right? Who? That was the first question of the topic. Fill me in here. I've been
Whose
working all
job?
day, y'all.
Okay. Whose job is it to fix the community?
Whose job is it to fix the community? Well, that's easy. It's the man's job. Now, some of them would say, well, it's the black man, the black woman's job is. No, no, it's the man's job. And you know what? And I'm tired of you guys trying to get out of your responsibilities as black leaders, black male leaders in the community. You are the de facto leader, whether you like it or not. It's your job to fix the community. Now, I was listening to Red Supreme. All right. Now, I don't know Red Supreme personally. As a matter of fact, I believe that the Red Pill guys are a bunch of rambunctious, overgrown teenagers who are rebelling against their mothers. So I don't really take them seriously. But one of their leaders, Red Supreme, he said something that was very interesting. He said, the incels and the awkward dudes, they're not the ones impregnating these women and making all these single baby mothers, so they feel that they shouldn't fix the community. Says who? Says who? You guys got to stop making stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
Stop making things up. You are the man, you are the leader. Therefore, it is your responsibility to lead, protect, and repair and maintain and sustain your communities. I don't care if you're married or not. Whether you married and have a child or not has nothing to do with it. When I was growing up, the men in my community worked in the community and kept the community strong. Some of those men didn't have wives, some of those men didn't have kids. That changes nothing. Okay, so you're not going around here adding to the problem of single baby motherhood. Thank you. We appreciate that. But you still need to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty in the reconstruction of the black community. That doesn't absolve you of your responsibility as a leader. Again, I expect the red pill guys to think that way because again, they are a bunch of rambunctious, overgrown teenage boys who are rebelling against their mothers. They are extremely immature. Even their leaders are extremely immature. The guy Red Supreme, he's a child. Show 5 stacks. You show 5 stacks, I show 8 stacks. I'll double whatever you do. I'll double. Childish. But that's most of your red pill guys. They're very immature. They're overgrown teenagers. All of them dressed like kids. And they're in their 40s. They dress like kids. And their mentality is really not far from a teenager. Even though they were in their 40s, many of them. I remember one time I listened to a few of them, and I thought they were like 19, 17. I'm like, where are these kids coming from nowadays with all this craziness? And when I found out that one was 50, one was 47, and one was 42, I nearly fell out of my seat. So, excuse me, I have a little bit of cold. I'm not paying the red pill guys any attention because you can't do anything with them. They're very immature, they're childish, and they're rebelling against mama. Every time you turn around, they don't like mama. Mama didn't do something right. Mama didn't change their diapers. Mama let them walk around in a diaper, a shitty diaper too long, you know, and they're wham, 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 wham. That's the red pill guys. I don't take them seriously. But the manosphere is different. Manosphere, the black manosphere been around a little longer, I think. The concept of the manosphere can be an extremely powerful thing for black people. Again, if the leadership was good. So, as black men, it's our job to build a community. Now, the black woman will get involved, but you have to lay down the foundation first. She has to see you working in the community. Kind of like you ever see men work outside the house and then the hammers are flying, the drills are buzzing, the screwdrivers are screwing, things are being moved, things are taking form. And all of a sudden you see women come out with sandwiches and lemonade and stuff like that, or beer. It's called support. Now, support doesn't necessarily mean all of that. Like, support don't have to just be, sandwiches and drink. So if you're working in the community, the women will adjust and they will assist. They will support. That's what the woman's job is to support. She's not supposed to be building. You're supposed to be building. So you're talking about there's fault on both sides. That's a cop-out. When I hear a man says, When I hear a man say it's fault on both sides, to me, that's a man that isn't ready to accept full responsibility. See, if you're going to be a man, you got to be a whole man. You can't be a half a man. You can't be a part-time man. A man accepts full responsibility. Full responsibility, not half responsibility. Like, hey man, I'm only going to accept half responsibility today. Well, I'm only going to accept one third of the responsibility today. No, it don't work that way. You need to accept full responsibility if you are a man. And as men, we accept full responsibility for our community laying in shambles. And we accept full responsibility for undertaking its resurrection. And it can be done. It can be done. Look at those fathers over there in Detroit that went to the schools of their kids and made their schools safe overnight. Dads on duty, I believe they call themselves. So it can be done. If you care about your community, it can be done. Now, the red pill rage guys, the teenagers, they're crying about going to other communities and they want to be passport guys. I even heard somebody say the passport crew. And they got all, and and they got a wild imagination too. I mean, these guys got passports. They're going to Maui and Morocco, and they're going to Brazil. And what are you going to do over there? Seriously, what are you going to do in those places? Find a prostitute? What if they don't have any prostitutes where you're going? Then what you going to do? Talk to one of the local women there and get beat up? So, the passport crew. You don't have to go anywhere. There's plenty of beautiful women in your community. If you will allow them to reveal themselves. Now they're not going to reveal themselves if you got animals running around the community. They're not going to reveal themselves if you have monsters running around in the community, terrorize the community. No, they're going to stay hidden. They don't want to get hurt. Now we got animals and monsters running around in the community. Well, whose fault is that? Is it Jesus' fault? Is it Charlie Brown's fault? Is it Bart Simpson's fault? Or is it the black man's fault? I'm going with the black man. I know Bart Simpson is kind of hard to get around, right? Because he's always at fault for doing something and saying that he didn't do it. But I'm gonna go with I'm gonna put my money on the black man. You know why? Because the monsters and the animals that are running around in the community are his offspring that he refused to raise, that he neglected to spend time with, to shape their minds so that they may grow into honorable and productive young men for their society. He failed to do that. And it's gotten to the point now to where he's even afraid of his own offspring because he don't know them. He never spent any time with them. So he's afraid of them. Or that can be turned around too. So, whose responsibility is it to build the black community? It's a black man. It's not 50-50. There is no fault on both sides. There is no, well, the black woman got to do, she ain't got to do nothing. You got to do something. You have to understand. She reacts to you. So if you're doing something, she will respond. Keep telling you guys, I don't even know what you're worried about the black woman for. Stop worrying about her. She good. Go do what you have to do. As black men, forget about black women right now. Go and do what you have to do as black men. And she will see it. And she will make the adjustment. Y'all running around here worrying about who she's sleeping with. I mean, I've never seen so many. Okay, I don't even know what this is, but I usually see this from the red pill guys and the manosphere guys. Why are you worrying with who the black woman is sleeping with? I mean, every time you turn around, black women are promiscuous. Black men are promiscuous too. Every race of men and women are promiscuous. So they think they say some profound shit when they say, "Well, black women are promiscuous." Wow, dude, that was man. When you said that, it kind of felt like the Milky Way came through, and when it passed me, I felt you know, the cosmic residue hit me in the face, and it enlightened me, and my consciousness went to the next level when you said that, bro. When you said women were promiscuous, my consciousness, dude, it went to the stratosphere. That was deep. Yeah, they swear they saying something really profane or profound when they say the black woman is promiscuous. The black man is even more promiscuous. It's not even close. Not even close. So what are you actually saying? So 100%, you're not saying anything. You just want a tit for tat with black women. Just tit for tat. Pretty much, I know you are, but one of mine. What are you talking about? Or stupid as a stupid does. I know you are, but one of mine. Just a tit for tat, childish thing back and forth. But black women are promiscuous. Black men are too. And so promiscuous, in fact, they be having whole other families that nobody know anything about. And that you don't find out about until they die. Some guys take the secret to their grave. And you'll never find out until they're dead. And all of a sudden, these strange people come out of nowhere at the funeral. Like, who are these people? And a woman comes up. Well, I was his, wife. Wife? But it's the black man's responsibility. Now, you guys can come up here and debate me about it later. I'm going to be on for a minute. You can come up here. We can get into it. Okay? I don't have a problem knocking heads. Okay? But it's the black man's community. And I challenge those who think otherwise. You can come up here and challenge if you want. You won't win, but you can try it. I just got too much truth on my side. Okay? I got real truth on my side. I know I'm right. So, so if you guys want to come up and try to prove me wrong, more than welcome. You won't succeed, but, you're more than welcome. Excuse me, people. What's up right there? I'm a little under the weather, so. Now, let's talk about building the community. How do you build a community? What do you start with? What materials do you need? Do you need land? See, some of you keep talking about community, but don't know how to establish a community. Don't know how to build a community. Don't know what it takes to build a community. You think getting everybody together in the likes minds, and that's building a community. No, that's just getting people together who have like minds. That has nothing to do with building a community. Now, it works for the community later on, but it's absolutely zilch when it comes down to. I lost my chain of thought. Did Dane come in here for a second?
Yes.
You know what I was talking about? I lost my chain of thought. What was I saying?
Uh, um, that bringing people of like minds,
Yeah.
just bringing people of like minds.
What do you think about what I'm talking about? You think that it's the black man's responsibility to fix the community?
Yes,
Tell me why.
because first of all, it's his community. Second, he's the leader of the community. And third, hey, if he don't fix it, who will?
Well, what do you think about the incels who say they're not the ones getting these women pregnant? So they don't feel that they should repair a community that they had nothing to do with creating.
Were they born in this community?
Probably
Were they
not.
created in this community?
No.
No. Okay. You're still part of the community. Okay, so you ain't making the women pregnant. There's more going on with the community than not making women pregnant. There's all
I
kind of
agree.
other stuff that needs to be done in the community.
I
So,
agree with it. I agree with it. They don't see it that way. The incels see that because, excuse me, because they are not making a single baby mother or contributing to the single baby mama thing, that they don't have any reason to join the community and fix the community.
okay.
They pretty much like it. Yeah,
Isn't
they
your
pretty much
family
like it.
part of the black community?
Huh?
I said, my thing would be, isn't your family part of the black community? Uh, don't you want to fix things going on in your family? With your family? Around your family?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The cop out is they're not making the baby mamas, so therefore they have no ties to the community. And so they shouldn't be looked upon as black men who should be responsible for fixing the community. But
Okay.
I say that's all the reasons for it to look on black men to fix the community. Go ahead.
Okay. So they washing the hands of the black community. Okay, if you truly wash your hands, that means you cannot speak for or against the black community. That's not your community. You're not a part of it. Then you need to step off and shut up because that's not your community. Not a part of it. Then don't speak on it. If you're speaking on it, that means you're saying that you're a part of the community. If so since you are speaking on it and you talking about it and you complaining about it, then you're a part of the community and
And then
you
they
need
want to,
to step up.
benefit of the community.
Hmm?
These guys are moochers. They want to benefit of the community, but don't want to help it. They want to be one of them cats that came in out of the cold and got a warm place to sleep at night and didn't want to leave in the morning.
Oh, okay, then it's time for somebody to kick your butt out, shove a foot to your backside and kick you out the door and slam the door in your face.
Well, it's like this here. If you don't believe that you should build your community, then what's going to happen? Are you going to go to other communities and say, hey, I'm here. I'm a black man who has turned his back on his own community. Take me in. I mean, what are you going to say now? Some of these guys are getting bad information. They want to run overseas, to get these prostitutes because it's highly unlikely many of you will bring back tradition of women in those countries.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Uh,
I can give you their best. In fact, some of them countries you run into, there's a surplus of men. And if you look like you coming in to take one of their women, you got to go. You and they gonna get rid of you by any means necessary, and as viciously as possible to teach you and anybody else thinking like you a lesser. So you go there if you want to. Better hope you
now,
come back in one piece.
whose job you think it is to fix the community? No, I'm sorry. How do we build a community now? Well, how do we build it? Or how
Hmm.
do we repair it? Okay. The first thing you need to do is establish the education sector. I think that's very, very important. For the kids, for teenagers, and for grown teenagers. Yep. The school system
Hmm.
should be revamped all the way around. And I think that you should dictate how you want things to go as long as a child. Hold on one second, thing. Hold it down for me. I'll be right back.
Yes, that means you got to be an active, both parents, participant in the school system, school board, go to school. There's some schools they don't know what the father of any of the kids look like. You know, they be surprised when they see one. But but yeah, that's one way is to take part into the school system. I know some places don't have a PTA, but sometimes maybe you need to volunteer. There's like there's the dads on duty, or sometimes you need to be there when the mom can't make it. If something's going down, make sure your name is on the road to be contact if something happened. You know, because the schools don't be knowing what's going on in the family, and you ain't there. They're not gonna release the kids to you. They don't know you. And be active into what's going on in the child's school. Listen to the children when they're talking to you and telling you about their day or what happened at
Shout
school.
out. I'm sorry, I'm back, y'all. Shout out
Hmm.
to Conscious Moron. Man, it's been a while. We've been wondering if he was going to come back. We're supposed to have a debate today. We're still going to try to have some debates tonight. Right now, we're talking about community building. Now, we only got 8 people in here. Now, we was in here talking about killing somebody. Okay, we have 90 people in here, but now we're talking about community building. Where's everybody at? See, this is what I question when guys come in here and they try to stop me from going in on black men. The first thing that comes in their mouth is, Max, you don't never talk about building a community. You don't never talk about doing nothing positive. You know, when I have shows like this, nobody shows up. When we're talking about building something, when we're talking about putting things together, when we're talking about working together, nobody's interested. So I don't want to hear anything going forward about we're not trying to build communities because when we do have these shows, you guys aren't interested. You only want to come in here when somebody's about to fight. Even last night, when the two beautiful black women were about to joust, you guys want to pack up in here, run up in here like little fans, you know, waiting to get a good seat to watch a cat fight. Uh, Wrong answer. We don't do that over here. I don't let women fight over here. I'm not interested in seeing black women fight. I'm interested in seeing black women get along. And you shouldn't want to see that either as a black man. You want to try to see harmony between your people. This is not fucking Jerry Springer. We don't get down like that. Maybe some other channels want to see women fight like cats and screaming and hollering all the time, right? Not over here. Now, I understand a lot of you hate black women, but we don't over here. Now, I can't say, well, you should go somewhere. I can't say, well, you should go somewhere else and not hate black women. I would like that, but you do whatever you want elsewhere. But over here, we love black women. Over here, I'm old school. I don't like seeing black women fight. I don't. So I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. Go on RBR's channel. You want to see smut and garbage and and how black people are terrible to each other? Go to RBR's channel. You can get all the smut and guts you want. He don't give a f about black people. You can go over there and knock. You can go over there and knock the hell out of each other. He don't care. He a lunatic anyway. He gets his jollies off. Okay, but it kills me because, dang, where's my
Yeah, yeah,
people say to us, right, well, we don't do any community building shows, right? We
yeah,
ain't about black power. We don't do this. But when we're doing these shows, where are the people?
exactly. And the main ones that be hollering about it don't be here. Or,
No,
or they ask, when you gonna uplift the black man? Excuse me?
exactly, exactly. The main people who be shoving in my face about, hey, hey, Max, Black Knight, you don't do this and you don't do that about the black men and the black men are good black men and we not doing it. When we do the shows, they're nowhere to be found. But ironically, though, they show up when we're roasting people. But that's okay. We still gonna do our community building shows. I got a lot of plans for this channel. We do the backdrop that you see right now is the new backdrop for our new show coming next year called Urban Builders. That show is specifically about black building communities, establishing a community, sustaining a community, what we need to build and maintain in the communities to make the community strong, mentalities, all of it. That's what Urban Builders is all about. Now, I'm only one man, though. It'd be nice if I got some help. But nah, because you know what? We're too petty as people, right? I ain't helping that nigga. Fuck him.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck him. Fuck that old crinkly ass nigga named Max. I ain't helping that motherfucker. Fuck him. He dumb anyway. Man, I got called dumb so many. I got called dumb so much that I am now carrying a goddamn dictionary around just to make sure I got a goddamn spelling of a word right. I mean, god damn. But anyway, but I'm a black man that loves his people, and we're trying to do something. No, I don't fancy myself as a scholar. Am I a college graduate? I would have been if I had stayed in college. But no, I left college in my second year to pursue other things. Maybe one day I'll finish up my degree. Okay. But no, I didn't finish college. I don't fancy myself as a fake scholar or a scholar at all. I don't claim to be the most articulate or articulate. I'm just Max. I'm no better than any one of you. I'm just a black man who loves his people, and I just got something to say about it. That's all. I care about my people, and I'm loyal to my people. You know, but instead of fighting each other, we should try to help each other, right? But that's a cliche. Man, what you talking about? Don't nobody want to help each other. Of course, when you have an attitude like that, why not? I wouldn't want to help you just because you said that. I mean, don't you get like that though? When you're happy, Mela said something very interesting last night, right? She said that she refused to be around people who have a conversation that leads to the end of life. I believe she said that, or no hope. I thought about it overnight, and I agree. That's why I wanted to do this show today called Build It. So let's get back to it. So, how do we build the community? Well, the first thing I would like to start with is the educational sector because that's extremely important because that directly affects our future, our children. So we have to get the educational sector down pat first. But first, we need land. Okay, so if we have a community that we're already in and it's being gentrified, then we have to reverse the gentrification. Ah, Max, what you talking about? Well, if something is going forward, it can also go backward. What are you talking about? You dumb. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm dumb. I'm not supposed to think like somebody who has a brain in his head. But what's going forward can go backward. Gentrification can be reversed. I heard
Mm-hmm.
some sayings called, Dame, I heard a saying, right? Buy back the block.
Yeah.
The first thing you got to do, if you have a community that's saturated with foreign businesses, the first thing you have to do is get them out of your community. You cannot establish a black community with foreign interests controlling your community, controlling all of the money in your community. That doesn't work that way. So you have to get them out of the community. Now, how do you get them out of the community? Very easily. It's not rocket science. Very easily. Actually, getting them out your community is not the hard part. The hard part is you actually get together to get them out of the community. That's the hard part. Negroes working together, Negroes getting on the same page, Negroes getting on code. That's the hard part. The other stuff is easy. Let me tell you a quick story. I lived in Bayonne, New Jersey, on the main drag called Broadway. This is before I became successful. I had a little crappy apartment on the main strip, sitting on top. You know how you got like a roll of businesses, right? And they're inside apartment buildings. And downstairs, you got the storefront, you got the apartments on top. I lived in one of them. I lived in a little crappy apartment on top of, I wouldn't say a bodega, but like a little newspaper store. Like a little novelty store that was ran by an Arab dude who had a Hindu wife. Now, that's an odd combination, right? Arab and Hindu. And she had the worst. Y'all talking about black women? What? She had one of the worst attitudes I have ever seen a woman have. She was a Hindu woman, Indian woman. One of the worst. I mean, she was like that with everybody. When you walked into the store, don't matter who you were, she could not stand you. There was no being polite to her at all.
Mm-mm.
And her husband was some kind of cardboard cutter. Hey man, your wife is on it. He on some, don't you worry about it because she is going to be like this forever. Okay, works for me. Anyway, permanent ignore. All right, works for me. Okay, so now I noticed now he was an Arab dude, right? And his name was Rickety.
You kidding, right?
Seriously, yeah, seriously, Ali Rickety. So I go and I'm like, Mr. Rickety, what's going on today? Like, hey, man, what's going on? Okay, wow, no customers today? No, hopefully, we get customers tomorrow. Now, the area I was in was predominantly white. The white people did not want him in the neighborhood. All of the businesses was owned by white people except his. And they didn't want him in the community. So you know what they did? They just simply didn't buy anything from him. And they was playing him out too, man. I was in there one time, white dude coming in, talking to him like he about to buy something, pick up a newspaper off the stand, read the newspaper, fold it back up and put it back. So now it's a used newspaper. And then walk it out and then wave to him, all right, man, see you tomorrow. It wouldn't spend a dime in there. I mean, they was playing him like drums. They wouldn't come in there and buy anything. It was so bad. Dude's sodas started going flat. Seriously, you pick a soda out of the thing there, you open it up, it was flat. No fizz, no nothing. Like, hey man, how old is this soda? Oh, it's been there for 3 years. 3 years? So, and you know what happened? He went straight out of business. I went downstairs one day and he was gone. Guess who was down there? A white man. And it was a new store. They was just putting stocks up. It turned into a little small grocery store. And you know who got it? The grocery store that was next to him. I went down there one day, maybe a month later, he was gone, y'all. And there was a white man in his place. See that? See how easy they did that? They just starved him out. Didn't go in there and spend a dime. And they were on code. Nobody white went in there and spun one single nickel with that Arab man. Not one damn nickel. Even the Chinese people up the street who were afraid of the white people in the community, they didn't spend any money in there. And the white folks had the Chinese restaurant so terrified, they were hiring white people. So think about it, you go to Chinese food and a white person show up.
Oh
Hey,
my
where's,
goodness.
hey, wait a minute, where's Bruce Lee in them? Got white people delivering Chinese food. So what I'm trying to explain to you is it's not hard to get them out of their community. All you have to do is get on code. Now, what about the foreigners who own apartment buildings, who own houses that are being rented? How do you get them out? Well, you get them out pretty much the same way. You don't spend any money with them. And how do you do that? Move out. Don't rent for them anymore. Go elsewhere. Go rent in another community temporarily until you can flush them out. Don't rent from them. Let them homes stay vacant. Eventually, they'll have to give up the property, sell it or something, because they're not making any money off of it. They're losing money. Now they're going to be motivated sellers. If a man has a property in your community and he had it for 3 years and he has not had one tenant, he's going to be motivated to dump that property. So he's willing to listen to anybody. He don't give a damn what color you is. He's losing money. He's not making any money. He still has to pay insurance and all that stuff, right? So he's going to turn into a motivated seller. Now you start buying up your community. Have your money ready. You see, you can't go in your community to these foreigners and say, I don't want you here. They're not going to listen to that. That don't mean shit to them. As a matter of fact, you go in there and say, I don't want you here, they're going to act like they didn't hear anything at all. But if you withdraw your money, the money will tell them that you don't want them here. And they'll get the message. They ain't making no money. So you got to get on code. You got to get on code. Burning down your own businesses. First of all, they're not burning down their own businesses. If you want to talk about the riots, 90% of those businesses in the black community are foreign businesses. Those businesses don't belong to black people. And those benefits only benefit whites or benefit the foreigners. You may think they benefit black people because they got things in it like groceries, drugs, and stuff like that. But those businesses usually don't even employ anybody in the damn community other than the races that are that own those establishments. Like for example, Crown Chicken, right? For the longest, Crown Chicken in Jersey City was owned by Arabs, but they made all their money with black people, but wouldn't hire anybody black. Same thing with the Walgreens, right? In the middle of the heart of a black community, but all of the workers were white. So a lot of those businesses don't benefit black people because black people aren't making any livelihood off those businesses. But yet, if they burn them down, the first thing they tell you is they're burning down their own business. Those are not burning down their own businesses. For one, they don't own the business, and two, the business don't really benefit them. If you're telling me because they can get regular things like bread, milk, eggs, whatever, okay, I'm not really impressed by that because that's a normal everyday thing. That's not being a benefit to one particular race or the other. Now, if it's a benefit to black people, then you'll go in and you'll see black people employed. Then you can sit up here and say, "Well, you're burning down your businesses." Okay, well, yeah, it makes sense because that business employs a lot of black people.
Uh huh.
Okay, that's when it starts to make sense. But if it employs everybody else but blacks, it doesn't make sense for you to say you're burning down your own business. It's not our business. It's a business that's leeching off the black community and leeching off the black people in the community. I told you about the white neighborhood I lived in, right? Even a Chinese restaurant, right, had to succumb to the white people who controlled that community. They had to hire white delivery men and women. I called the Chinese when I was still eating Chinese restaurant. I'm sorry, when I was still eating Chinese food, right? I called them one day and a white woman answered. I thought I had the wrong number, and she took my order, and the order was delivered by a white boy. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Something happened to the Chinese restaurant? Oh no, we just worked there. So now that Chinese business now is benefiting the white people in that area because they're hiring white people.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in here, Dane.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
do you think about that concept?
Oh yeah. I definitely have seen that. I thought it was weird when I saw a Chinese restaurant hiring Mexicans. Like, you know, I thought, let's say, did this turn into a Mexican restaurant? Heavy accent and everything. I was like, yeah. I was like, oh, I'm surprised. I said, well, I stopped going there. I was like, hey, look, you're confusing me. I want my Mexican food, Mexicans at my Mexican food restaurant, my Chinese at my Chinese food restaurant.
Okay, Dan, you boy again. Are
Oh,
you boy
okay.
again or am I boy again?
I think you might be Borgin.
I think I sound okay. All right. Let me say this.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
One of our biggest problems as black people
mm-hmm,
is that we talk too much.
mm-hmm.
A lot of talking going on, not enough action. We got people on social media who really think they're doing something because they're running their mouth. We got people who are more interested in going around here fighting people than doing anything else. Like, okay, Red Supreme, he actually thinks that he is a benefit to black men. Now, he's a benefit to himself. I mean, I got to give Young Money some credit. He know how to hustle. He is a straight hustler. I was watching his podcast earlier. That dude was on some, yo, we only got 3 on the Cash App. Y'all playing. We got 130 people in here, 130 dudes in here. We should have at least 10 Cash Apps. Y'all get them Cash Apps up, or I'm going to shut down the stream and put it on Patreon. I mean, yo, check this out. How do you get to the point to where you can threaten your audience?
That's the
Dave?
formula. He's following the formula in the playbook that others set before him.
Yeah. How the hell do you get hold on, City of Truth. How the hell do you get if I go ahead and drop the link, go ahead and drop the link to City of Truth.
All right.
How the hell do you threaten your audience and get away with it? You know what? If I wish somebody would tell me, and I'm in their live stream, man, you better get a Cash App going, or I'm going to shut down the stream. All right, well, shut it down, then I'm out. Fuck you talking about? What the hell you think this is? I mean, but that goes to show you the weak mentality of a lot of these dudes. And I keep telling you guys, man, y'all need to get some damn professional help. Going to guys like Red Supreme don't help you. They just exploit you. Red Supreme don't give a fuck about any of you. He don't care what kind of pain you're in or what kind of illness you're suffering from. All he does is feed into your emotional pain, and he provides emotional drugs. He is guys like him are nothing but emotional drug dealers. They sell you emotional painkillers. You pay for emotional painkillers. Now, what are the emotional painkillers? Catchphrases like simp, beta male, black women ain't shit, black women ain't shit some more, and black women ain't shit some more. And you guys eat that shit up. And you think you feel good. But I don't want to get derailed. I want to get back on the topic of building. You know, getting back to flushing foreign interests out of your community. You can do it, but you have to be on code. Even if you do it one section at a time. reversing the gentrification. In order to stop the gentrification, you have to stop the you have to stop the financial source that's creating it. Y'all don't even realize that y'all are a big part of your own gentrification because you patronize these businesses. You got to stop patronizing these businesses. If you went to China and opened up a store, you wouldn't make a dime. Hell, you can go to Chinatown right now, open up a store, and you wouldn't make a dime. They wouldn't buy anything from you. They will let you go out of business because
Mhm.
they're all on code. And like I said, in that white neighborhood I lived in Bayonne, New Jersey, that whole area, all the white folks in that area were on code. I Not one white person spent a dime in his store. I'm the only one who spent money in his store. One time I went in there, he asked me, he said, "Man, I wish I had a thousand of you." I said, "What do you mean?" You're the only one that spent all this money in here. I said, "What? They don't come here and spend money?" "No, they don't like me. They don't want me here." Oh wow! And then a month later, he was gone. They got him out of the neighborhood. And check this out: they never threw a brick through his window. They didn't come up and say. They didn't come up and stand in front of his door with a sign. They didn't do any of that. They just simply stopped spending money with him, and poof, he was gone, just like that. It was a hat trick. Hocus pocus, abracadabra, poof, gone. Not here. You can do the same thing. Stop spending your money with them.
Mhm.
That's what's keeping them in your community. It's the money.
Yep.
Hey, Mella.
Hi. Just like the bus boycott was an effective strategy, it can ring true for um, businesses that are in your neighborhood that don't look like you.
Hmm.
Don't, go to businesses that look like you. I don't understand why people allow places that don't look like them to feed them. You ever think about that? Like in urban cities like Chicago, you see a lot of the so-called brothers, they congregate around those Euro places and all that stuff to it's like you're going to let those people that hate you feed you? That always escaped me, you know.
Yeah, and and that worries me because I talked about the dangerous position that we're in, to where we totally depend on everybody else to survive, and somehow we got to change that.
Mhm.
We can't be totally dependent on other people to survive. And
Mhm.
right now, we don't have enough of anything to survive. Well, we still got black farmers, but you're going to do a show on black farmers too. We got to get into black farmers. But Mela, this show is inspired by you, by the way.
Oh, I just tuned
Okay.
in. I confronted
Hmm.
our friend of me that he doesn't know his children. I was basically saying that he's a derelict father
Uh.
because he doesn't know his children, and he was really resentful about that. It started, if I may say, because Jalen was switching ball caps while he was on the panel, and I said, I asked RBR, does he know his children's favorite teams? And he said no because they didn't grow up with me. And I said, but you didn't
Hmm.
take the time to know their teams? He said, well, why does that matter? I said, because that means you're selfish. And
Uh.
he got really upset when I said that he's selfish as a father because he doesn't know. I mean, just because you didn't grow up with your children doesn't mean that you don't get to know them, get to understand what they like. Psychopathia agreed with me. He was like, well,
Hmm.
dang, even my father knows what my favorite sports team is. So,
Exactly.
so anyway,
Hey.
that's where I was. And um, That's so I
Well,
just
this,
tuned in. I didn't know you were
well,
live until he said it on his channel. I said, Max is live. What the hell am I doing here? And so I came on
yeah,
over.
yeah. This show was inspired by you from the conversation we had last night. I was touched by what you said about growth, hope, moving forward. Creating new life. Believing in new life. I was touched by that, so I created this show so we can talk about creating that new life by rebuilding our communities, um, creating some positive steps
Hmm.
that we can take to try to um, replenish the black family or
Yeah.
reestablish the black family, and some of the things that we can do to reverse gentrification. Gentrification can be reversed, but most people don't think about things like that. Most black folks don't think about things like that. If it goes forward, it can also go backward.
All
Okay,
right. Right on.
so so gentrification can be reversed, but you have to be on code. Our problem right now, the biggest problem we have right now is getting on code.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's something that we can't accomplish. It's not about accomplishing things. We can accomplish anything we want. We just can't get on code. That's the biggest problem we're having right now. Black people getting on code and becoming that one cohesive unit, that one mind. If we can do that, if we work towards that, then we can get some things done. It'll be easy to
Hey,
get
can I
things
say
done.
something real quick?
Sure, go
Can I
ahead.
say something real quick? Yeah, Max, could you change your live streams? You might want to consider like changing them over to Zoom because I find Zoom works way better, especially for people who are driving and they get on here and you don't have all the Borg and none of that. There's been a lot of
Okay.
times I've been on here and I'll Borg out. People can't hear me,
Hmm.
or other people will Borg. So just look into using Zoom, man, because I think it would, we all value your platform, but I think that would really heighten the quality of it in terms of people
Okay.
participating. So,
Hmm.
All
Okay.
right.
yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. But
Okay.
that being said, I want to talk about as far as black businesses. There's a number of why the black community doesn't have the businesses that we would like to have, or we would like to see. One of the reasons is the civil rights movement, where it was marketed to us to abandon our communities and go live with other groups of people. Okay, and only now in the 21st century are we starting to look in hindsight and start to see all the things that we lost because of integration. Okay, um, and not just the civic things that we gained, like the right to vote and integration of public institutions. But what about all the things we lost? We used to have a lot of businesses. Okay, we used to have a lot of black-owned hair salons and nail salons. We used to make entrepreneurs. Black people used to make, um, the guy who founded Motown and stuff. He came, all those entrepreneurs and stuff. We created those people, and the problem is that has disappeared for our community. So we got to get that back. And then another thing is that since civil rights, the black community has developed this culture, and of instead of us building our community, what we do is we stomp our feet and we get mad when the society is unfair to us. And so that becomes more important than actually building up the community. We care more about protesting and things like that of injustices or perceived injustices than actually spending time building and maintaining institutions in our own community. That has to change as well. Okay, and that's what leads us to where we are today. See, when you have a culture that's based on protesting and marching and getting mad every time the police do something to you, or every time the government does something you don't like, you get mad. You don't Instead of becoming strategic, you become angry. You know, and you express your anger outwards. That's the problem that we have. And if we can get away from that and get back to a point where we're strategic, some sectors of the black community still do it. The black boule, everybody talk about the black boule negatively, but the black boule, they maintain their businesses. They still own many of the businesses that are still in the black community today that are successful, are owned by them. Maybe we should learn some things from them instead of always poking fun of them or always talking about them or calling them elitist and stuff. Maybe we should learn some things from them. Maybe we should just be quiet and study them and study the things that they do that are working and emulate those. Okay, you don't have to like everything that they do, but you can take their success and replicate it and turn it into our own success so that the whole black community can have that same success instead of just that one sector of the boule. So you gotta look. That's another thing. So I think I went over a lot of topics. I want to go ahead and let someone else go ahead and then speak and
Yeah, let
I
me
do.
say
I
something.
respond.
believe in emulating success. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, let
so
me say something real quick
yeah.
about integration and civil rights, right? I don't think civil rights or integration had anything to do with the way we are. I really don't. Because you have people who are integrated with us now, right? And they have their own. We have Hispanics in our community integrated with us, right? They still have their businesses and lands and properties. You have Asians who are integrated with us in the community. They still have their land, businesses, and properties. Why is it that we're the only one that don't have any land, businesses, and properties? I don't think integration has anything to do with it. I think what's wrong with us, somehow something affected our minds. There's something wrong with there's something wrong with the way we think. It don't have anything to do with integration. Integration doesn't stop you from being you. That doesn't stop anyone else. We're not the only ones integrated. You have Hispanics integrated with us. Jamaicans are integrated with us. They all got their land, businesses, and properties. How come it's not affecting them? Why is it only affecting us? Civil rights didn't affect anyone else like that.
Yeah.
Everybody else got their own land, businesses. The Chinese man got plenty of businesses. He's integrated with black people. The
Yeah.
Jamaican got plenty of businesses. He's integrated with black people. The Hispanic man, or whatever you want to call him, not a race, whatever, he has plenty of businesses. He's in the black community. Mexicans, they got businesses. Everybody got businesses but us. And they're
Yeah.
integrated too. Something is wrong with us. It ain't got shit to do with integration. It ain't got shit to do with civil rights. Something happened to it. Something is wrong with our mind.
Mm.
Yeah, it's the family unit. When so many of our family units became disunited, and we had people who they felt like, well, I got this education or I got this job and I'm making X amount of money. I don't need to put up with the opposite sex. I don't need to put up with their mess. Or you got people out here and saying, I don't want to be a father. I just want to pump and dump. I don't want to be when you're not in a family unit, you don't think about land. Family units think about land. Okay,
Hmm.
me and Mela, say Mela is my wife, right? Me and Mela's land, our family's land. Okay, and then when we pass on, the land goes to our children, and now it's their land. And then they pass the land on
Yeah, well,
down. And back in the day, black people were really into
I don't.
land, especially you know,
Right,
back in the
I don't
South and
believe.
stuff.
Right, I don't
Go
agree with
ahead,
any of
bro.
that either. Right, I don't agree with
Go,
any of that either. I don't
well,
agree with
why
none of that either.
so?
You know why? You know
Why
why?
so?
You know why? Because I think our problem is a brain health issue.
Hmm?
I think it's our diet. What goes into your body ultimately affects overall the health of your brain. You
You
know what I
better
know?
say that.
You know what I learned right over the years that truly evil people, right? You know that they're extremely healthy. Do you know some of the most evil people in this world are vegetarians? And you know
Yep.
why they're that
Uh huh.
way? Wait a minute. You know why they're that way? Because they understand the health of the mind. Our
Hmm.
diet is one of the poorest diets on this planet. What goes in your body ultimately affects the overall health of your mind. Our mind is not functioning properly. And it could be due to a poor diet. All of the chemicals in our body, the toxins in our body, it's affecting our brains. No one else is being
Yeah.
held back by the things that we are claiming that are holding us back.
Hmm.
We are not the only ones integrated. People are also integrated with us, and they aren't affected. They have their things, and we don't have anything.
Well,
There's
let me say
something
this.
wrong with our minds.
Well, let me say this, Max. And my thing is this: that the food that we eat, like the cultural food that we eat, the soul food and stuff like that, that's no different than what our ancestors ate. We've been eating that food since we've been in this country. There's nothing
That's
wrong
that's
with.
that's that's not
There's
true.
It
nothing.
is
There's nothing.
different. It is
Well,
different.
That's
listen.
not
You
true.
gotta let me.
They
You
didn't
gotta
eat
let me
like that.
finish. You gotta finish my statement. Is that it don't matter where you go in the world. Okay, people generally eat many of the same thing. Everybody eats rice. Okay, everybody eats yams. Everybody eats beef. Some cultures, like Muslims and stuff, don't eat pork, but outside of the Muslim world, everybody eats pork. Okay, all of the people were integrated, mixed with the Mexicans, the Indians, the Asians. They all eat pork. They all eat rice. They all eat, except for maybe the Asians, they all eat yams at some point. They all eat, and even with Mexicans, they even eat chitlins. They call it tripe, but it's the same dish. It's like the stomach lining for a cow or a pig, but they we all eat the same thing. The problem with black people, like I said, is diet. Yeah, that's a big part of it, but diet is not the
Yeah.
only part of it. The big
No,
part of it.
no, no. I think it's a big part of it. You know why? Because it affects the health of the brain. When
Yeah,
your
but here's the
brain,
thing.
when your brain isn't healthy, when your brain isn't healthy, you don't make proper choices. You don't think clearly.
Hmm.
You don't think correctly. That can devastate. Let me tell you something. A bad decision, right, can devastate your life.
Uh huh.
One bad decision.
Yep.
If you're not thinking clearly, if you don't have all your faculties together, you can absolutely wreck your life and the life of other people with just with one or two bad decisions.
Yep.
Decisions
Well,
that
see,
you wouldn't have otherwise made had your brain been functioning properly.
here's the thing,
Again,
Max.
wait a minute. Again, traveling around the world, meeting a lot of people, I met more evil people than good people.
Wow.
And some people will say, well, you know what, that's a bad thing, right? But no, actually, it was a good thing because I learned something about evil people. Many of them are extremely healthy and are sticklers for being vegetarians and have some of the
Mm.
healthiest minds on the planet.
Well,
The
my,
good
my thing
people I
is this.
ran into, the good people I ran into, a lot of them were unhealthy,
Hmm.
overweight, damn near about to die.
They all up in the church. Those big
Yeah,
women, they all up in the church.
but they were good people though. They were good-hearted
They good,
people.
very lovely women, just
Yeah,
wonderful
yes,
hearted people. It's
beautiful
just that
people.
they were just obese, and I'm just looking at
Yeah.
them like, why is it?
Uh, man, some
Why?
of the most
Yeah, at a
some.
funeral, right? I don't mean to say this, but at a funeral, why is it that they're serving the very food that killed the person that the
Mhm,
funeral is for? You
exactly.
ever think about that?
Yeah.
Food don't kill you. Lifestyle kills you. See, here's the thing.
No, no, no,
See,
no.
Food
here's the
Food
can
thing.
does kill
kill
you,
you,
bro.
man.
Food does kill you.
Everybody,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. Everybody loves to attack the black diet and to attack soul food and attack what black people do, but they don't attack other cultures like that. If you look at like Mexicans,
All
right? They
right.
eat food.
Other
They
cultures aren't our concern, bro.
other yeah, but you keep bringing them in, and then you don't want them in, but then you bring them in. But
I'm
I'm
gonna.
only
so
bringing me.
no,
I'm
if you're
only
going,
bringing men to
but and
identify what
I'm
we're
not
not
talking
doing.
about them. I'm talking of them. But you gotta let me finish my statement. Is that nobody attacks Mexican food like that. Nobody attacks Italian food
I
like that.
do.
No,
Not
nobody
interested.
attacks nobody attacks Arab food, like, you know what I
Have
mean?
no
I
Let
do.
interest in
let
none of that.
let people eat what the fuck they want to eat. But
I am letting people eat what the fuck they want to eat.
what causes the issues that people have is what causes us to think the way that we think in our community are certain cultural norms. Like for instance, when it comes to
No,
business,
no, 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 no.
bro, you
That's
got
not it.
Max. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me. When it comes to businesses, right? Okay. The thing is, in our community, we'll say that okay, little Johnny, I want you to grow up. I want you to get a good job working for the post office. Get you a good job, or get you a good union job, Johnny. Get you a good job, and you know what I mean. And so Johnny grows up. He gets him a good job working for the post office. He'll work for the post office for 50 years until he retired. Okay, that's all well and good until Johnny gets fired or something happens to Johnny or Johnny gets hurt on the job and he can't work for the post office anymore or the post office in his town shuts down and they relocate so he gets laid off. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then what do Johnny do? Okay, so Johnny doesn't have the mindset of okay, let me go start a business, let me go let me save my money up. Let me go get a trade so I can because he was never taught that. He's taught. Oh, I gotta work over here because over here is safe. Over here is secure. Over here they have a union. Okay, until the day the union packs up and leaves, or the day the plant packs up and leaves. Now he doesn't have any job anymore because he doesn't have a marketable skill. He was just taught to get something that looks safe but not a skill. That's the problem. So go ahead.
See, that kind of thinking right there would get your water turned off. This is exactly what I'm talking about, man. You see, if you have a fire hydrant in your neighborhood, right, and it's leaking, all right, people will walk past it and do nothing about it. Nobody will call the fire department. People will walk past it every day. It's leaking, it's leaking, it's leaking, it's leaking. Water's coming out, water's coming out. People just keep walking by, see it, but don't do nothing about it. See it, don't go in the house and get a wrench to turn it off. Nothing, right? Then all of a sudden, you go to your water faucet one day for a glass of water, you turn it on, nothing comes out.
Hmm.
Well, you don't have any damn water anymore. It leaked out to the damn fire hydrant. And everybody saw it leaking, but nobody did nothing about it. That's a mental problem. It ain't about Johnny and his businesses or anything like that. People in their right state of mind would have done something about the leak. People in their right state of
And
mind would have, hey, wait a minute, this water main is connected to all of the water in the community. If it keeps leaking, we're not going to have any water. People in their right mind would have done something about it. Black
yeah, here's
people will walk by and look at it and do nothing. That's a mental problem.
and here's the thing: a family would have stopped the leak because a
A
family
family
would have
would have
said,
stopped the leak.
yes, a family would have said this water is leaking on our property or on our land. We can't have it leaking on our property. So they would have called the city or they would have went out there themselves and stopped the leak. But what happens is when you have a community that you don't have families, what you have are disjointed families, broken families. Nobody stops the leak because everybody's in survival mode. They don't have time to stop the leak. See what I'm saying? When you don't have a stable family, you're in survival mode.
Well, poverty does promote mental illness, you
Hmm.
know.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
Yeah, I'm bad. Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, but that's a
Also,
mental issue.
yeah,
It's like, for example, right? If you got a manhole cover, right, in your neighborhood, it's missing a cover, right? You got a big hole in the street. Cars are driving by, hit the damn hole. Kids are running by, nearly fall into the damn hole. Nobody says nothing. Nobody does nothing about it. Everybody walk by. Hey, man, it's a big hole in the street. They ain't got no manhole cover. But nobody does nothing about it. That's a mental issue. That's what's wrong with us. There's something wrong with our minds. And I think it's the diet. It's affecting the overall health of our minds. For some reason, it don't seem to have other people don't seem to have problems doing simple shit. I just told you how the white people ran a foreign business out of their community. How come black people can't do that? Sitting right there in front of our face. Hey,
Well,
man,
like I
let's
said,
not buy. Wait a minute. How hard is it to say, hey, man, let's not buy anything from this guy? But for some reason, for us, it's extremely hard to think that way. Nobody else of another race has a problem with that except us. Why do you
yeah,
think that is?
because you can't think like that when you're in survival mode. And just like Mela said, when you're in poverty, it promotes mental illness. Okay,
Well,
when you're
not
in
only
survival.
that, when I was growing up, there was a black man that owned a gas station in the neighborhood, and as I became an adult, came back from overseas, they told me he sold the business. I went up there, and the Arabian people were running the business. So then there was a corner
Uh-huh.
store across the street from the school where all the school children used to get their little, penny cookies, penny candy, and they had luncheon meats and all types of canned goods. Just a neighborhood corner store owned by a black man, Mr. Miller, God rest his soul. He sold his property. And I started looking deeper into who owned it. And it was somebody other than a black person that owned that land now. And so, what I need to understand is whether or not they forced those black men to sell. Like, is that what's happening? Is that what's happening? Like, they come in and they intimidate, because I don't think they're making them an offer they can't refuse. I think they are pressuring them to such a degree where they frustrate black men from owning businesses in neighborhoods that look like them. Am I
Well, what
tripping?
I know is that. Wait, are you there, Mela?
It's not always poverty. It's not always poverty. Sometimes these business owners who are black men are being forced out of business.
Yeah, I think
Right? And then,
I don't know if it's just me, but were you Borgin, Mela?
no, she's fine.
Okay. All right. Well,
Did you hear
see,
what I
my
said?
thing is this.
Yes, I heard what you said.
Okay.
I think it might be me, Borgin. Hold on. Let me leave and come back and see if that fixes it.
Okay. And then here's another thing too, right? We've gotten to the point where when we do have black businesses in the community, we don't patronize them, and then when we do go in there, we have no to catch an attitude. Like, we're black, you're supposed to give me something for free. You don't go into the white man's establishment and expect him to give you something for free because you're black.
That's a good point.
But when you go on other black, and I've seen black people show their ass like this. You go in other black establishments, all of a sudden, hey brother, hook me up, man. Look out for a brother. You don't talk that way when you go into the white man's businesses. Why are you doing it to your own people? See, these are things that we have to clean up as black people if we're going to move forward. We got to clean these little discrepancies up. We got to stop doing that. We got to start getting our minds together and start doing the things that are obvious, like get the damn fire hydrant in the community to stop leaking so we all can have water. Get a goddamn manhole cover on the goddamn manhole so nobody falls down the goddamn hole. Or somebody don't blow out their tire and lose their whole front end of their car because nobody contacted the proper people to get the damn hole fixed. We got to start thinking in our right state of mind. I think there's something wrong with our mind. I do believe it's tied to the food that we eat.
And see, here's the thing, Max. When I was growing up, right, there was in the neighborhood that I lived in, right. There's a lot of other black kids that I used to play with, but there was this little Hispanic kid, and what I noticed is the Hispanic kid, you know, whenever we be playing basketball, whatever, baseball, whatever, we would want him to come play with us. But before he could play with us, his dad would call him into the garage and he'd be like, Come here, Junior. Let me show you how to take this alternator off this car. Let me show you how to take this oil pump off this car and replace it. And
Uh-huh.
after we take the alternator, yeah, after we take the alternator off, then you can go play with those kids. And see, Junior, he had an intact family. And so when you have a family, families teach their children how to fix
I
stuff
I
and
understand
how
what you're
to
saying.
they teach their kids. See, but when you got a bunch of single parent household, the single parent is so stressed out, they just so anxious for the kid to be up out of their
Okay,
face. So, yeah, go
okay.
out, go play all
I
night.
I
But you didn't
all right.
teach them how to do anything.
Right, I
Go
understand
ahead.
exactly what you're saying. I understand because I come from that era. My father taught me and my brothers
Yeah,
a lot of things. We built a lot of things. We
yeah.
worked on cars. I understand all that. But we have single parent homes right now. How do we get it fixed? That's what I'm interested in. How do we fix it? Now we know what's wrong. We know what's not there. We know what's broken. We don't get it fixed by continuing to say it's broken. We fix it by going in there and fixing it. So how do we fix it?
You start with the kids. You need to start
No,
program.
no, wrong
You
end.
can't
No,
you
no, no,
can't you
no. You
can't
can't.
help
You can't.
you
What are the
can't
kids
help
going to
these
do? Wait a
adults.
minute. What are the kids going to do to turn around a black family?
The kids have to want better. You can't
The
save all
kids
these
aren't
adults,
leaders. The kids aren't
but you
leaders.
start you
They're called
start with the
kids.
kids.
They're called
Well,
kids.
why ask me if you're not gonna let me respond? If you don't
Because I
like my
thought that you.
response,
No, no, no. You
that's
can
fine.
respond, but
But
I
you gotta
thought you
just
was going to give me a real. Okay, go ahead and respond.
okay. You know, it don't matter if you like my response or not. I'm gonna give you a response, and then we can
All right.
dissect it. We can dissect it afterwards. But
All right.
it
Okay.
starts with the
Okay. Go ahead.
kids. Look, man, I'm never gonna tell a single. I'm never gonna, you know, condemn a single mom for being a single mom. And yeah, in the ideal world, we would like if there were less single moms, but in the real world that we live in, we have to deal with single moms. So you might
Right.
as well just set programs up and hey, we have a we have a shop stud program. We can teach your son how to fix cars and stuff by the time he's 10 years old. Or if there's a dude in the neighborhood who's a plumber, okay, let him follow that dude around. Let him be. As I remember, there's a brother. He was a plumber, right? And he went to his he went to his sister's house. He saw his nephew over there, and his nephew was just sitting in the house playing video games all day. Okay, there's nothing wrong with playing video games. His nephew's like 10 years old, but he was the type of kid, he didn't go outside. He sat in the house and played video games all day. He went to his sister and said, "Hey sis, let me take my nephew with me when I go out, and do different calls and stuff. Let me take him, show him how to fix a couple of things. He can learn a couple of things here and there." And then he went out, with him. His nephew he took his nephew with him, and his nephew ended up enjoying himself. He benefited greatly from that because it wasn't just all about plumbing, but he out there. He's learning how to fix stuff. He's learning how to work with his hands. He's learning how to be useful, and then he's getting a lot of masculine energy because he's hanging out with other men, all day. He go out and after they get through, doing a job or whatever, they go to lunch. They go to the Hooters or whatever, the sports bar or whatever, and they're sitting around and they talking to other men. So now he's learning how to be a man just from being around other men. He's gonna grow up and he's gonna be a really good family man. Okay, and that's how that starts. It's just a little by little. Sometimes we say, well, how do we do this? How do we? It's how do I? How do you in your individual life? If you a truck driver just like me, Max. When I come off the home come to home time. I bring my little nephews with me. I bring them up to the truck. We pop the hood, not because we want to fix something, because they just like looking at the engine and shit. We walk around the truck. You know, we look at the tires. We inspect the tires and stuff. You know what I mean? They're learning just by doing that. and by being around me, their uncle. But that's how
Hmm.
you help kids. Cause one of my little nephews, and I'll be honest with you, he kind of the type he around his mom a little bit too much. So we trying to make him, a little bit. We trying to little by little, we trying to make him a little more masculine. Because he got that heavy female
Well,
influence and stuff.
masculine. Well, you don't want to make him masculine. It's a feminine term.
But we trying to make him more
Just,
be
just,
in,
just, just.
trying to make him more, because but we working with him, but it's just
He's
little by
already.
little, man.
Responsible. Trying to make them more responsible.
Yeah, yeah, just little by little, man. Just little stuff,
Yeah,
little
you don't have to.
little things you do every day.
Right, you don't have to teach him what he already is. If you do that, it's gonna think something. It's gonna get confused and think something's wrong. He's already masculine naturally. Okay. Okay, but
Yeah,
here's what you said. Okay, I like what you said, right? But that has to be a part of something bigger. The men
yeah.
have to come back in the community and take control of the community and start working in the community. And while they're working in the community, teach the children. You just can't come to the community and start teaching the community. No, I'm sorry. You just can't come and start teaching the kids and expect the community to change. They can't affect the community right now, but you can. I'm not saying don't
Uh huh.
teach the kids. Of course, you teach the kids, but it's going to be a long time before they can take the reins as leaders. The community needs leaders now, right now. You got to stop the bleeding. If you don't stop the bleeding, there will be nothing here for your kids to lead. And then they're going to find themselves in a completely foreign environment to where they are completely powerless. And all the abilities that you taught them will matter for nothing because nobody will hire them, nobody will work with them because everything is completely controlled by foreign interests.
Mhm.
So you have to establish a community, a power base now, so that they'll have something to take over when those skills that you taught them will kick in and the leadership that you're teaching them will kick in. They have to have something to take over
Yeah.
and build off of. If you don't leave them nothing to take over and build off of, again, they're going to be left in a completely foreign environment where they have no say so, no power, and not a chance in hell, a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out.
Well, see, and here's I want to add to that is that a big thing is when you got to teach kids, of course, how to work with each other. A lot of people talk about sports, sports, sports. Every
I
kid
understand.
don't play
Yeah,
sports.
okay, but you keep talking
Every
about the kids. I get the
but hold
kid
on,
conversation,
let
but
me finish. Let me finish. Is that okay? You want to talk about adults? Okay, adults. The best way to deal with adults is you got to find other adults in your area who believe the same thing you believe. So if you want to build up the community, you got to find other or adults in that area who are oriented towards that, and then y'all network with each other. And then when y'all
yeah,
network with each other, they can
That's a
bring
good
well, they,
idea.
yeah, and then they
right,
can
but
bring other. Because see, here's the thing, Max. You and I, we see, single mom, you know, uh, Janisha, struggling to raise her son. She's trying to keep him away from gangs and keep him on the right track, and she's struggling. You know, you and I, you know, we may be able to say a couple of things to her, but sometimes it might take someone who relates more to
right,
her,
I
in order to her to get her to, So maybe Mela
Hi,
could come in,
hi,
and then
Charlene.
Mela, yeah,
Good to
hi
see you.
Charlene,
hey
hi
Charlene, how you doing?
Charlene, yeah,
What's up, Bookie?
but maybe she might not relate to me or you, but she might relate to Mela, or she might relate to Charlene, or she might relate to whoever, Dane, or whoever, and that's where the network comes in. You network with people, you bring in other people.
Okay,
I would
okay.
recommend.
Let me ask you a
I would
question.
recommend. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you a socialist?
No, I'm a
Are you a liberal?
capitalist. I'm a. If you could call me a classical liberal because I'm a
Okay,
capitalist,
okay, okay, okay.
but I'm
The
but I'm
men,
not a.
okay. Okay,
I'm
the
not a
men,
neoliberal.
right?
Go
The
ahead.
men in the community that I saw work in the community make the community really strong. They were neither liberals, they weren't socialists. They were
Hmm.
hardworking men. You ever heard
Yeah.
the phrase, if you build it, they will come?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said look for people with like minds, right? That will
Yeah.
waste valuable time. And you may not find people with like minds. You may find people who may share your interests, who may want to do other things, right? One of the surefire ways to find people that will be into what you're doing is that you have to go out there and put it on display. And then that will attract other people. Like, for example, back in the day, one father would come out and start working on his car, right? Next
Hmm.
thing you know, another father would come out, see what he's doing. Come over there, hey man, what's going on? Now they both working on the car. Then another father would
Yeah.
come out, hey man, what you guys doing? Now all three don't work on the car. And this kept going till you had like 15 guys, 15 fathers out there, right? And you know what else happened? A
What?
conversation started. Hey man, what's going on in the community, man? What can we do in the community? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Next thing you know, you got 20 fathers out there because other fathers are out there, so other fathers want to see what's going on, right? Now you got this
Yeah.
big group of fathers, and now a conversation starts about the community, right?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on in the community? Hey man, we need this down here, we need that down here. But what about Miss Celestine? What's going on with them? Well, you know, they didn't do this, they get the property, whatever. Okay, well we need to do this. That's how it gets started. They didn't go around the community looking for like minds. One man came out, started something, another man saw it, got interested, and then another man got interested. Next thing you know, you had a group that was plaguing the interests of other men who came over to see what was going on. Next thing you know, you got 20 fathers out there talking about fixing the community. People have to see you doing something. All this talking don't work. You have to put something on display that people can see that will attract people. For example, if you got a vacant house in a community that's bringing the property value down in the community, right? And nobody's doing anything about it. If one day you wake up and they see two guys over there working on it from the community, other men will go over there and work on it. Talking about, yeah, man, we got to do something about this house. Yeah, I know we're doing something about it now. Next thing you know, you got 20 people over there working on that house. That's how it happens. And when you have a group of people like that, that's when you take the advantage to start the conversation about other things going on in the community. What about those
Yeah.
swings down there? Them kids keep getting hurt down there. Somebody gonna go down there and take care of those swings. All right, you know what? Me and Charles, we'll go down there and fix some swings. But what about over here? Miss Johnson's gate is broken. Her dogs keep getting out. Okay, I'll go take care of Miss Johnson's gate. That's how they got it done back in my day.
All right, but let me ask you: are they getting paid for doing that, or are they doing that
No,
for free?
no, they worked on each other's houses. They helped each other.
Yeah, but
They
there
didn't
was
have to.
something like if you do a favor for me, you're gonna expect something from me in the future, though.
Well, I'm telling you what I saw. They worked with each other. I never seen anybody pass any money to each other. They all worked on each other's houses. They worked on each other's cars. All of them had like skills, right?
Uh
If
huh.
somebody had a skill the other one didn't have, right, he would go down and help the other. That's what I saw. They helped each other. They put their skills to use for each other.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, no, it's good. I mean, everything you say sounds solid. But like I said,
And in
everything
return, what you had in
starts.
the end, you had a
Yeah,
finished product of a beautiful neighborhood.
yeah. But you see, everything starts, Max, with families. All of that comes from families, and like I
Yeah,
said, with the dude, the young Latino boy, his daddy would make him. He taught him skills. He taught him, yeah, you can go
exactly, Trinity.
play,
It's called group
but you
esteem.
but you gotta group esteem, but you gotta, and so that's what I've always said, that when I do have children, that's the kind of dad I want to be. I want to be the type of dad that
Right,
teaches. I want
listen.
my kids to learn skills from me, because my father, and it was a weird dynamic in my family, because my family, they were southern Negroes that came from the South, but they came to California, but they looked at like blue collar labor as beneath them. Like even though my dad was a truck driver himself, you know what I mean? When I told him I wanted to go to mechanics school at the junior college, he looked at me funny. He like, well, you're not gonna like that. You're not gonna want all that grease and stuff on your shirt and all that grease on your pants and stuff. And I'm like, well, shit, those dudes making money. You can start a business with
Okay.
that. You know what I mean? And
Right.
he
Right.
he he tried to dissuade me from it. I'm like, nah,
Right.
now
Well,
I'm
you
a
know what?
trucker. Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
you drive like me. I don't know I don't know if you've been out here as long as me, right? But you've seen this. How many times you seen the truck stop? Maybe you taking a 34-hour break or whatever, right? And you see a
Yeah,
guy working on his truck in the truck stop, right? Next thing you
exactly.
know, there's another driver over there with him. Then there's three
Yeah.
drivers,
Mm,
and then another driver coming by. He's taking a look, seeing if he can help.
mm,
That's the way men work. That's the way
yeah,
we
yeah,
work.
yeah,
I even went
exactly.
by. I even went by. A couple of trucks and said, "Hey, man, what's going on? You need some help?"
Yeah, yeah,
That's the way it starts with us. We see a guy doing something. Hey, he's working on his truck. Let me go in. I got a truck too. Let me go over there and see if I can give him some help. Next thing you know, there's two drivers over there. Hey, what's going on? Well, the water pump stopped working, but the da, 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 da. Next thing you know, there's three drivers over there, four drivers, and then drivers are walking by, periodically stopping, saying, "Hey, you guys need any help?" That's how it gets started with us. That's
uh-huh.
what needs to happen in the community. We got to have visuals of black men in the community working. This will attract other black men.
Yeah, yeah.
If you guys are out there building something, you know what they used to do in my community? They used to build in the open. I don't care what it was. If you was out there building a table, they would do it outside. And that would
Hmm.
attract other fathers coming over. Hey, man, you building that table? Yeah. Well, what you gonna do about that leg over there? Well, I'm trying to do that. Well, no, get this kind of wood and this and that. They say, no, there's
Yeah,
five guys out there talking about, nah, man, the top ain't right.
yeah,
Well, move it back. All out there working on that one table. That's what we got to
yeah,
do, man. We got to get in the community and start putting skills on display. Dane was telling me during the pandemic, right? She
yeah,
saw fathers out there with their sons out in the open working. This caused other fathers to do the same thing. Dang,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
tell us about what you saw during the pandemic.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I saw other men community. One week I saw down one community, a father and son repairing the fences. Uh, Across the street from them, the following week, all the men went and fixed the roof on this house. This house had a tarp on this roof for months. They finally had the time to get together and fix it. A yard that looked like a junkyard. I didn't even realize how big that property was. They cleared it up, organized it, had everything in its place. You could actually see the yard. I said, "Whoa, this property is huge." I didn't know it. Yeah, I saw men. They was trying to respect the quarantine. They lived across from each other. One man was better at repairing, and he was talking this other man through on the repair. And then when the man couldn't get it, because we had to squeeze down this little narrow street, so my window was open, I could hear. He said, "Hold on, let me get my mask glove. You step back. Let me see what you're talking about." And they were helping. They were helping each other repair that way. One man, I kept running into him in the store. I don't see him except every once in a while. I forgot. I kept seeing men. I only see like 6, 7 in the evening, all during the day. They were going to the stores. Uh, One man, he said, "Hey, dude, what happened to your truck?" He said, "Oh, I left the wife have the truck. I finally got the time and the money. I'm going through everything going on with her car, so I could get have her car all fixed up." And so while I got the time and stuff like that, every time I turn around, go down one street, I see a group of men or a man working on your. Know one man. He was there helping his elderly father with his garden. He came all the way from a whole nother town, come see about his father, stay with him, did the heavy work for his father, gardening, older fathers and sons working together, you know. Yeah, so
Yeah,
That's the way it
I saw
starts,
this
bro.
all during quarantine. I forgot
yeah,
how many men were in the community because every day they were at work. They working 2, 3 jobs and stuff like that. Yeah,
And somebody get them bots out of here.
yeah.
Hey, y'all, get them bots out of here, y'all. Yeah,
Yeah,
Dave.
they got him. They got him. So when the manosphere was talking about, oh, now the quarantine and stuff like that, y'all gonna need me. I was laughing. I thought that was hilarious. I said they ain't gonna see you for the men who are home and fixing up around the house, fixing up. Oh yeah, I saw men working around the houses and stuff like that. There was the father and son. One week they were on the fence. Next week they were working on the doors and this and that around the house. And as I'm driving by, I'm here say, okay, now here you hold it
Uh-huh.
like this, and you hammer like here. You take it, you hammer it. See, make sure you get these is certain type of nails for these fencing.
And
Mm-hmm.
okay, Dave, we don't want to
Okay, I'm
go
sorry,
with
I
it.
get off
But
this.
you know what? Speaking of the manosphere, right? The problem I got with the manosphere is that the manosphere has terrible leadership.
Mm-hmm.
They got the wrong kind of leadership. I like the concept of the black manosphere. I think it could be powerful with the right leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I think the leadership is piss poor, and because of the quality of the leadership, it has attracted and infected the entire manosphere with a bunch of guys who are inept, socially awkward, wacky dudes, guys who hate women,
hmm
and with the numbers that they have, they could do some serious damage in the community if
yeah.
they had the right leadership.
But that won't
I think the
happen.
manosphere needs to be gutted. The old leadership needs to get the hell out of there. We need to get the right leadership in there, and the manosphere can be something with the right leadership.
Uh huh. I actually think that O'Shea was responsible for bringing, because O'Shea did a lot of, he kind of made a lot of the manosphere about entertainment
I said
and
the
less
right leadership,
serious.
bro. I didn't say the current leadership. The current
Well,
leadership is bad,
regardless,
bro. It's
you have
terrible, man.
elements in the manosphere who, like I said, it's all about
Who?
entertainment. The
Nah, we don't
current.
want nobody. Right. We got to get everybody out of there.
Okay.
Everybody has to
All right.
go. All of the top
You
leaders
know,
of Obsidian, all of them got to go.
yeah. Let me ask you something, Max. 'Cause I've always felt this way about you, and I've always wanted to ask you this. But do you have a vision yourself of creating your own version of the manosphere, your own manosphere, like your own separate
Well,
thing,
I
and
wouldn't
that
say
that
a,
that, that way you could make it the way you want to, what you want to see in it. Have you ever, did that ever cross your mind?
yeah.
Or
I don't know. I don't know if I would call it a manosphere, but yeah, I do have a vision of getting brothers together because I'm a workhorse. Okay, I'm a worker.
yeah.
So I do have a vision of getting brothers together that's working, establishing things, getting a pipeline set up in the community to where we can have access to each other's skills like they did back in the old school. Like for example, if your Porsche is cracked, okay, um, so and so's a brick mason. Hey man, one of our people's man, their steps are broken, and so let's go on up there and help them out, okay? So now you got a brick mason coming up from down the block, along with the rest of us. We're going to assist, and we're working together in the community to help fix your porch. You know what I'm saying? So I think that I do have a vision of getting brothers together and working together in the communities to make the community strong. Yeah, I do. I wouldn't call it a manosphere though. More like
Yeah,
a father sphere or something like that. Maybe fathers, and then fathers teaching their
Th-
boys skills.
That's an awesome
yeah.
name.
You know, because my father every Saturday, I told you, me and my brothers, we work with our father every Saturday. I used to love working with my pops. We were always building something in the backyard on Saturdays. My pops had power tools, so I learned how to use power tools, tape measures, levels. I learned how to measure wood, studs, all of it. Every Saturday, my father was back there teaching us skills. You know,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think we need,
yeah,
and I think we need to get back to that.
yeah,
So yeah, I do have a vision. Yeah,
yeah.
of it.
Let me ask Charlene. Charlene, you've been kind of quiet. What do you feel about the future of the community? What could be done? What improvements could be made?
I
You
think
there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Charlene.
Okay, so what I personally feel, I think everything stemmed down to our generation that's coming up. I think we need to invest in our children because they are our future. And this is my true belief. If you set a really good foundation, your fruits of your labor will show. And I think everybody who run around smoking, taking drugs, doing all these things, they don't have a strong foundation and they're using stuff to cope with it. It's a coping mechanism. And then it jumps into ego and all these other things. So I believe having a strong foundation and
Hmm.
our generation is our future. So we need to invest in our kids.
Yeah.
And I yield my mic.
Was that a suitable answer, City of Truth?
Yeah, that's a great answer.
I think
Now,
so.
now, yeah. Now let me ask you, Bella. I want to pose this to.
No, first, I'm going to have to ask you, why did you portray or pretend? Why did you interfere with the resolution between me and the young lady yesterday? What
Oh,
compelled you to do that?
I'm sorry about that, Mella. I
Because he
talked out
can't
of
help
turn.
it, Mella.
I,
He's a piece of shit sometimes.
I
Sometimes
yeah,
City of Truth is
yeah.
okay, but
I
most of the
talked
time he's
out
a
of
piece of
turn.
shit.
I talked out of turn, Mella, and
I think he
you
was
know,
sad to see us bickering, and he just decided to make up some crazy shit. But anyway,
No, he actually
what's
no,
your
he actually
question?
wanted to see. No, he actually wanted to see a cat fight.
Mm.
well, my thing is this. Well, speaking of cat fights, if we do like a if we do like a little tangent on that, if we get off topic just a little bit, cat fights can be very alluring, especially when it's like two well dressed female. Like that. That's my thing. I want to make like I'm gonna start writing my own, fictional
I got a
stories and
question,
stuff.
man.
And in some of those stories, there will be like cat fights between like two black female like superheroes and stuff. Like I just
I
find
don't
that
I
kind of
don't
stuff
under,
interesting. Go ahead.
I don't understand, man. Like I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm from another planet, right? Why do you guys like seeing women fight?
I'll tell you why, Max. It's for the same reason women like watching men box or
But
compete
men
in
are
sport.
natural fighters. That's what we do. We are built for
It's
conflict.
Here's the thing, man. It's a sex. It's like
Man, there is no
it's a
comparison
fetish.
physically.
No, here's the thing. Here's the
And
thing,
no,
Max.
it's no, no.
It's a fetish. It's like, okay, because you got one girl and she grabbed the other girl. She choking the girl out. The other girl trip her and she
I'll tell
fall on
you
the
what it
Yeah,
ground.
but
is. I'll tell
They,
why
you
do
what
you
you
it
know,
want to
is.
see that though? Why do you want to see?
they jump on
But
top
why do
of
you
each
want to?
other. It's a fetish, especially if they wearing like tights and stuff. Like if they got some like
I, I,
superhero
I
tights
don't. I don't
on
want
or
to. I
some
don't. I don't want to see that. I
some
don't like
heels or
seeing that.
whatever.
I'm a
yeah.
It's a
big advocate of not having women in combat sports. I don't even want to
This
see
is
women in combat
see
sports.
there are three different types of love, right? There's eros, there is Eros is the erotic love, right? So City of Truth, he's looking at women from a sense of erotic.
Thank you, Trinity. Oh, I'm sorry, Miller. Trinity said something extremely important. She said her emotional trauma is not for your sexual pleasure. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was getting ready to say
Uh,
something like that. Um, it's yeah, he's grounded in Eros, right? He
Uh,
wants he wants to he wants to pretend like women are fighting over him because all he cares about is the eroticism, right? And
right.
and and other men who are decent, they actually have the type of love for women where
That's right.
they want their well-being. And,
That's
and
right.
and then there's brotherly love. And this is why Max is correcting you by asking you pertinent questions like, why are you such a pervert in that regard? So
Right.
I hope you learned something. Okay.
You shouldn't
Let
want to
me
see
hold
your
on. Let
woman.
me hold on, Max. Let me
He
share my
he likes to
screen real
see
quick.
women fight because he's a pervert. That's my
You
point.
No,
shouldn't
hold
want to
on, hold
see.
on, hold on, Max. Let me share my screen real quick.
And you better
Let me
not put
share
up
my.
no pornos,
No, I'm
bro.
not putting up no porno or nothing. It's appropriate. So let me share.
Hey,
See if
Dave,
I can
bet
share
what
my.
he's putting up before you show it.
Yeah, just let me see if I can share my screen.
Yeah, while
Is
he's
there an
doing that,
option?
no,
Is there an option to do it from mobile?
I don't know. You got to talk to Dan. She's my engineer.
no, there's no option for mobile. Thank goodness. I keep imagining
Okay.
you have some women wrestling or something like that.
Yeah, why don't you
Okay.
just
Never.
describe what you're talking about, bro?
No, you know what I like? I like it when women wear like I got a thing for women when they be wearing like fishnet stockings
I
and
don't
like
want to hear this perverted stuff. I can't do it.
corsets.
I can't do it.
I
Okay,
like the
okay,
corset.
stop it, stop it. You I already know where that picture is going. Stop, stop it.
So you saying
Okay.
you
All
don't
right,
wear
don't
fishnets?
show it.
No, 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 no. You have a
Don't show
porno
it.
version of women's fighting. Real women who are fighting and they're fighting for whatever
All
reason.
right, look. Okay, don't
It's
show it.
it's very ugly. It's very
You
ugly. You
know,
can't show it.
okay, don't show it. You know what, man? It's not normal to want to see women hurt each other. You know that?
It depends. If it's like a superhero movie, then that's different.
No, no, no. I know guys like you. I knew a guy who get off on having his girl and his side chick fight over him. He would
Yeah, but
deliberately
it's
That's
it's
I'm trying to
it's
tell
and
you.
also
even
not
gave
that.
his girl
There's
a
another
blade.
thing though.
He
There's
even
another
Now
gave
we're
his
thing
not gonna
out
get
there.
into.
Mhm.
That's not normal, bro.
Have you heard of it's called EUF or something like that. It's called basically what it is it's like you know how in movies like for instance like 101 Dalmatians where you have like a
I blame his
Wanted
diet.
to
I
see.
blame the
no no
food he
Wanted
eats.
no
to
let me
see
well let me
women.
No,
finish
I
let
think
me
you get
explain what
exposed
I
to
mean
porno
because
at a
I'm
young
trying to
age.
explain myself but you can't keep talking over me is some movies they have like a female villain right and she'll be like all evil and stuff but then at the end she gets like defeated and like humiliated like real bad and like that is also like a fetish you take
So you
like
know
this
what,
head
man?
it's like you take
Okay,
this
wait,
really
wait,
Yeah,
head
wait. You know
yeah,
what it
yeah,
is?
you
yeah,
take
yeah.
There's
like
a
a
We got,
really
we got
sexual
it, dog.
hormone
like
thing
headstrong
going on.
female and like
Yeah, but you
you
see,
bring her down you put her in her
right?
place
But
like that's a
you
different
don't
thing.
understand. See, you guys don't understand something, right? You're your own worst enemy, right? You don't even realize why you don't have any women because you don't care nothing about them.
That ain't got nothing to do with women it's a
Do you want to
fetish.
see your daughters fight
No,
each other?
it's a
No,
perversion, bro.
I want to see my daughter be in like a short film where she plays like this evil villain, and then in the end she gets put in her place.
Okay, I'm
That's
done.
what I want.
Okay, stop it, stop
He's
it,
sick.
stop
He's
it,
sick, Sid.
stop it.
He's sick.
I'm not sick.
Yeah.
I'm just explaining what it is. It's not
No,
a.
okay,
You
look,
need a
this is
I'm
where
trying to
detox,
this is
bro.
explain
where
to you
You
that
It's
this is
it's
need
a
a
where
just
it's
detox.
coming from.
entertainment.
You
No,
it's
no, no,
not
no, 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 no. This is where it's
entertainment.
you
It's a
coming
need
from.
a
perversion.
You
detox.
you know what
want
I
to
mean?
be
Y'all,
the woman that's fought
you
over.
can't take that.
You want to put yourself in the woman's place of being fought over. You
It's
want
a
to be fought
perversion
over.
that has been. hold on, Dane. It's a perversion that has been disguised as entertainment. It's not entertainment. It's a perversion. It's not normal for a man to want to see two women hurt each other. That's not normal.
Only in if it's like now if it's like a real fight, no, I don't like to see it happen in real life. But in a movie, that's different.
You
It's
guys
different.
wondering why you can't get women? You guys wonder why you can't get women, man?
I don't
That's
have
why you're
that
up here
problem. I
talking now
got
about.
plenty of
That's
women,
why
so
you're up
I know
here.
what you talking
That's why you're up here talking about some shit.
about.
Your
Some other
incels,
nigga.
sex dolls, blow up dolls, and stuff like that.
Did you did you
No,
all
but
realize that
this
this
is like
guy
a
actually invited me to go over the road with him in his truck, right? That this is
Hmm.
like it almost made me
Yeah.
vomit to think that I would be sitting alone with him somewhere for a period of
Right.
time.
He really did invite you?
And
He
then when
literally
you're
invited
Well,
me.
well, what what Mela
Deny it.
is
I
really
then
dare
when
you.
your
saying is
perversion,
she's
then when
going
your perversion becomes so heavy.
she's going
Hold on one
over it in
second,
her
man.
head.
When your perversion,
She's
hold on, man.
No.
When your perversion becomes so bad, right? It shows outwardly, and you don't even realize it. Other women hear it, they see it, right? And then they don't want to be around you. They think you're disgusting and vulgar and repulsive. And you don't even realize what you're doing
okay.
because your perversion is shown on the outside.
Well,
What's up
here's the
with
thing,
that?
right? All right. Let me tell you, I have a thing for women when they wear certain types of clothes, right?
How
Like,
about
I
caring
like it
about
when,
them, bruh? How about caring about them, bruh? How
yeah,
about
I
not?
care about them.
How about
I,
forgetting about the lingerie, the stockings? How about caring about them, bruh?
Mm. I
How
care
about
about
that?
them, but you need to understand, I like for them to look good too, bro.
Why don't you
That's the
try that?
thing.
Why don't you try
I
caring
like,
about them for a while?
He's a Neanderthal. He's a
You know what you should do, man?
Neanderthal.
Listen,
Oh my
listen,
god.
man. If you
It's
see,
not
listen,
funny though.
start with helping women with their bags. You know, you see a neighbor, a female neighbor, she's struggling with some bags. Hey, man, can I help you? Start there.
yeah, but
You see
here's
a
the thing
pregnant,
is,
you see
if
a
my
pregnant
neighbor,
woman, you
it,
see a pregnant woman, a pregnant black woman. Give her a few dollars. Say, hey, you know, this is for the baby. Start there.
Oh,
He's the
does he
reason
have a
why
yeah.
black
daughter?
women aren't friendly anymore.
Does he
Right.
have
Guys
a
like
daughter?
him.
He said he had a daughter. City of Truth, do
No,
you have a
start.
Do
daughter?
I have a daughter?
Yeah.
I might have one day.
Oh, you don't. Okay. Forget it.
Start caring about them,
I
bro.
haven't started having kids yet, so I.
Or,
But
or,
if I have
or,
a
or,
daughter,
or, are
if
you
I
one of
have
them
a
guys that
daughter,
think? Wait a minute. Are you one of the brothers that think caring about a woman is being a simp?
I'm not that type of guy. I'm the type of guy, okay? I believe that caring about a woman means giving her her space. Okay, if she's in a certain mood or whatever, you got to give her her space. Even if she wants to vent, even though I hate venting, I don't like it when women vent, but I understand that's just something that sometimes that they have to
You
do.
gotta let them. You gotta let them vent because they're not like us.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's love. But when a man understands that about his women, and he give her her space to do that and be a woman
See,
and that kind of thing.
one of the biggest
That
mistakes that y'all make because y'all selfish is that you don't let women be women.
yes, this
You,
guy's like that.
yeah, you're always trying to interrupt them. You're always trying. If they get emotional, right? Let them get emotional. Let it run its course. Don't try to stop it. Don't antagonize it. Just let it run its course. They'll calm down. They'll wind down. It's natural for them to get emotional about certain things. Don't try to stop it. Let them be women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're right, but see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mella. I think you're going way too hard on me though about those things. I'm being
Nah,
open and
it's just that
candid
I think that
about.
you could be a good guy at times, but sometimes I think you're a piece of
Yeah.
shit,
But here's the
and
thing,
it takes
Mella.
away
What you
and
need
it
to
takes away
understand.
from the and it takes away from some of the good parts you have.
Okay, but see, Mela, here's the thing though, and what everybody need to understand
Why are
about
you
this
acting like I'm the one
form.
that called you a piece of shit? I didn't call you a piece of shit.
I'm not okay. I'm not saying only you, but just hear me out. Is
It's guys like
one
you
thing
that keep women from being
uh,
friendly. That's all I have to say to you.
no, but just hear me out. One of the reasons that I'm on here saying this stuff to y'all, I know it sounds crazy, it sounds weird what I'm saying, but you need to realize the reason I'm telling y'all this because I trust y'all. I don't open up
We
like
have
this on
okay. Speaking
everybody's
of
point.
trust, I
I
trust
trust.
that
I
I trust
trust.
I trust you will welcome my new panelist, brother Rob. Welcome to the panel.
Bro,
I
Rob,
tr-
Shot Town, baby.
hey, hey,
What's
bro,
happening,
Rob.
brother?
Hey, man. But I
All right, how
trust
everybody
you. I
doing?
trust you. I trust y'all
Oh, that's
enough that
Bugsy.
I'll
That's his,
tell y'all this stuff.
okay.
The
Oh.
city of
That I
truth.
that I feel comfortable enough to say this stuff in front of y'all.
Uh-huh.
Take
Well,
that into account.
man, I wasn't here for the whole discussion to hear how building the community got on the gender war, the so-called
That's
gender war, or whatever.
yeah. That was City
Yeah,
of Truth and myself.
okay,
Max actually was asking pertinent questions about how things can change. He also insinuated. Oh, Max has returned, so he can speak for himself. All
okay.
right.
But yeah, I just wanted to I mean that's my topic. I love discussing solutions and stuff that people are already doing and progress that's being made. Sometimes we kind of get bogged down with the with all of the negative media surrounding our communities and stuff like that. But at the same time, people out here grinding, doing work. A lot of good things did happen over the last 90 days. And so I just wanted to see if anybody had discussed it, brought it up, talked about it, anything like that.
I heard about the girl. Okay, the one was her name Potter. Uh, the cop that shot that boy, man, shot that brother. The white woman.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
They gave her what first degree and second degree manslaughter.
yeah,
Yeah.
Now,
yeah. So
now hopefully that'll add up to like 90 or so years. I'm
yeah.
hoping.
And man, listen, I'm glad that the discussion is going this way. Um, I'm again like I don't have any more time to discuss with Manosphere guys about anything that they be talking about. Like at the end of the day, we all know that those conversation pieces they got an expiration date, and it's
Yeah.
past due. And so it's stinking now. You know what I'm saying?
Is he Boygan or
Yeah.
is that me?
maybe
That him
maybe that's
Boygan?
me. Maybe that's me, Borgen. I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. Nah,
But
man, we got a community discussion going on today, man. We doing some community building and trying to, work in the
Yeah.
community.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, we having a
I
big
say
community discussion.
Yeah,
Uh
I
huh.
say going into this school year, saying his name is Kwame Raoul. Him along with another man named LaShawn K. Ford, they fought real hard to make sure that the funding would get a little bit more balanced. It's not all the way balanced where, white kids is getting 20,000 and we getting 13, you know what I'm saying? But it's definitely closer. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I know that CPS got a couple extra dollars going into each student after the bills that was passed. I know that for certain. I know
Wait a
that
minute.
our school we fed at least 300 families between Thanksgiving and now.
Mm-hmm.
300. You know what I'm saying? And I think that sometimes we get so bogged down with all these negative talking points that we begin to not even look at the people who are doing something good. You know, it's a young man. I can't remember his name, but the name of his company is called Spark Charge. Spark Charge, and it's a mobile charging unit for electric cars. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? So man, you know what I'm saying? He the CEO of the company, and I hope that brother all the success in the world. You know what I mean? Uh Something else in the news
Mhm.
I wanted to bring out. Diddy, right? Diddy has sold John for about $70 million. He bought it back for 7.6 million the other day. No matter how we feel about Diddy, that was a brilliant business move. You know what I'm saying? And man, at the end of the day, black people, we doing some things, but we
Hmm.
can't get bogged down with silly talking points and stuff like that, bro. That's
That
all.
is a boss move.
Yeah, that was a man. That was brilliant,
Yes.
brilliant. But oh man, it was something else, man. I
How
think.
about investments? You all
Oh
talk about that?
yeah, yeah. Right now, today, right? If people paying attention, only 6% of the world population is invested in Bitcoin. So to me, and stuff like that, not just Bitcoin. I shouldn't have said that. But digital currency, only 6% of the world is invested in it. So I would just say to everybody, you know, especially because should be over for you. If you ain't shopping now, I'm figuring that you finished shopping.
Right, right.
Right. So I just say that only 6% of the world is invested in digital currency. This is a real opportunity for black people to kind of give ourselves a leg up, if you will. So, if you know a broker or if you don't know a broker, there's plenty of people on YouTube that's talking about it. Not just YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you done got a couple of uh because they always send to me requests to be on their page, but there's plenty of people that's out here talking about it. So I would just say, just look at it as digital currency as the wave of the future, and it's a way for us to get ahead of the curve on this one, y'all. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The brother was brilliant, and you know, but the reality is, there's a lot of black people doing things, and the community is making progress. But the problem is, people just only want to focus on the people that aren't doing stuff. You can't focus only on them. You got to focus on the people that actually are putting one foot in front of the other and it's doing things and getting stuff off the ground. I just started a trucking company. Max is he's planning on he's gonna start his own company at some point, not in the near future. And we're moving forward. So many other black YouTubers doing stuff, and in 20 years you'll have a better black community. Trust me. 20 years you're gonna have more black people self-employed, a higher percentage of black people employing other black people instead of us just all working for white companies and stuff. It can be a higher percentage of us working for our own stuff, and that's gonna be good because what it does is it makes us a viable community to invest in once we get these viable ventures off the ground. Because right now our community is not viable to invest in as much for so long because we don't teach. You know, we don't teach. We want to protest and stuff when things go wrong, but we don't build stuff up and maintain it. When you start maintaining it, it becomes more
Yeah.
viable for
I hear
people to
this a
spend money
lot.
with you. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
hear this a lot from a lot of people. What we don't teach and things of this nature. I just say this. I'm an educator in the city of Chicago, and I work primarily on the south side and west side. Um, I just think that if people got a little bit more involved in where they are at, like Frederick Douglass say, "Cash your buckets where you are." Right? I mean, Booker T. Washington said it. My bad. Cash your buckets where you are. And me, I'm vested. I mean,
Mm.
the best that I can say is that everybody just needs to get a little bit more involved. What's the score of the elementary school around you? Even if you don't have kids in the school, you have to
Mhm.
understand if the elementary school is doing well, foreclosure is not a problem around your house.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? If the high school is doing well, you literally can bet that in 5 years, them students gonna come back and they'll have some intellectual property to give to the community.
Mhm.
But we gotta
yeah.
we gotta keep fighting. It can't be what they call revolutionary fatigue. You know,
Yes.
it can't be that. It got to be right now is where we make our push. You know, I was glad that Max had brung up that Officer Porter is going to jail, and then we had these men not too long ago that murdered Amar Arbery go to prison, and a couple of other cases like that. So what I'm hoping is that number one, that slow a gun coming out a holster pulled on a black man to kill him. A little, I hope it slow people down. Of course, we can't get in their mind, we can't get in their heart, right? But I'm just
Hmm.
hoping that those prison sentences at least slow down the murdering of our brothers and sisters out here.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's a lot of man. To me, I just try to look at the world with rose-colored glasses when it comes to the black community, um, because we got enough negativity. You know, we could talk about what we're not doing. We could do that, but if we ain't talking about what we should be doing, what we can be doing, the possibilities. If we're not talking about that, I mean, we really can't build a community. You can't build a community on hopelessness.
Hmm.
You can't do that. Go
Brother
ahead.
Rob, what would you say, which region throughout the country would be the most difficult for black people to unify and stay on code?
Oh, uh, certain parts of the Midwest because we got so many brothers that are in interracial relationships.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say that that's probably where we gonna have the most pushback, simply because they want to justify their
Swirling.
bad choice. They want to justify it, and they're gonna try to find a way to tug at our heartstrings. Please accept my bad choice. No, we not. You know what I mean? That's just the bottom line.
Okay.
If you black first like me, nah, man. We all we see is sisters. That's it.
Yeah, no exceptions. I
Hmm.
can appreciate that. I'm glad we're on the same page when it comes to that. I
Absolutely.
have, yeah, I was raised with race pride. I stay race pride, and that's all it is to it.
Hmm.
And so what I love the west side of Chicago. What do you find to be the different obstacles of unification and staying on code with the west side versus the south side of Chicago?
Oh, well, the West Side is just a little more open air in terms of they got a tradition of working together a little bit more out west, and so because it's open air, like don't nobody run over here or run over there per se. That's why you see so much violence. That violence, that generational violence. So just to give you a idea, right? Yo, homie over there.
Like Holy City. Holy
Yeah,
City's
yeah.
tough.
Like if
Yeah,
it's your homie from Holy City, he murked somebody from K Town. Man, Holy City and K Town gonna be in it forever. They gonna be
forever.
man, it ain't never gonna stop. And it's the same way out south. So
Right.
once we can get over them generational beefs where, you know, uh, 10 years ago y'all killed my
Mhm.
cousin, man, that's kind of hard to get over. But once we get past that, man, I mean, man, look out, look out. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
so
You
Max
know,
was
if I could
Max was
say
trying to
this,
discover solutions about how we can get over that hump because those gang conflicts are they run deep
yeah.
and they are committed to it forever. They really are. And so how do you not you I'm not asking you to solve the problem. I'm just
Mhm.
recognizing that that is a very difficult um heal, wound to heal. That's
Yes,
what I'll
ma'am.
say.
Yes,
It's,
ma'am. I mean, I work in the public school, you know what I'm saying? I got guys that's on my basketball team that's really ops in the street, right? How do I solve it? I make them understand that they really brothers. Sometimes brothers get into it. They really brothers. That's how I get them. You gotta see him as your brother. You gotta see the best in him.
mhm.
That's what I teach. You know what I'm
They yeah, they had an organization before the director got um
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
know.
what
I
happened.
know. I know things.
Stop shooting. It was their tagline was "Don't shoot me."
Yeah.
something to that
We
degree.
talked about
Ceasefire,
yeah,
ceasefire. That's what it's called.
ceasefire and the interrupters. I know
Yeah.
Theo. Theo, that's a friend of
And,
mine.
and it was really doing good work, and I don't know what happened to it. I think the aldermans
Nah,
also
nah,
could
this
use some,
man, this what happened, sis. Remember Bruce Rauner? Bruce Rauner, he was governor of Illinois. Once he became governor, he
right.
he shut down the funding for ceasefire. He closed
Ah,
he closed all of the mental health clinics, and then they closed 50 schools.
mm.
So
Now
imagine, right?
you saw what they did to Rod Blagojevich. He was really trying to get. Well, I can't
Yeah,
say what he was trying to do. I just know that when that new governor came in, you right. A lot of those budgets that enhance unity for black communities all of a sudden lost their funding. You're absolutely right.
that's exactly what happened. And then you can look back at the Google numbers for the murders. As soon as he became governor, he closed all the mental health clinics,
It
closed
shot up.
those 50 schools, and
Yep.
then cut the funding to nothing for ceasefire. Usually it would be like, they was getting 4 million, now they getting 2 million. It went from,
Hmm.
I can't remember the exact number, but it was close to 2 million to zero.
Right.
You
And they're
know,
doing it with the subsidy housing as well. There's a lot more homeless people because of that.
mhm,
They had some shelter plus care program for people because I was volunteering,
yeah,
and and before I knew it, they started shutting the agencies down. And I was like, what the heck is really, because I'm not political, right? So I really
yeah,
didn't know what was going on. But it occurred to me that the General Assembly of Illinois can actually intervene on all those bullcrap decisions that the governor makes, because the General Assembly is what got Rod Blagojevich put in jail,
yeah,
truth be told.
yeah,
So I think if communities would just somehow infiltrate the General Assembly instead of just, walking around protesting the governor, I think more things could get done. That's what I think. I don't know politics I don't know politics at all, but I do know the correlation of events. And you're right. As soon as he became governor, everything started getting increasingly worse
yeah.
because he just doesn't want to see black people thrive
Man,
at
that's
all.
that's
And
really
here's
what
the
it is.
thing. Let me,
He's
if
the
I can
after.
get in on this.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Uh, yeah, my thing is this: is that you see so many. I find it so interesting. You see so many new migrations now of black people. Like black people are leaving places like Los Angeles. They're leaving places like Chicago. They're leaving places like New York City, and they're going to places like North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. Atlanta, Georgia, or the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia. Minnesota. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Las Vegas, Dallas, Texas, Houston, Texas, and Kansas City. Like I'm starting to see a lot of migrations and stuff moving around. And my thing is this: I think that places where Black folks have struggled, like Los Angeles and Chicago, the reason is because Los Angeles and Chicago decided that they wanted to become sanctuary cities, and so they were going to put immigrants above U.S. citizens
I can
in
agree with
in
that.
those yeah in those places, and as a result, black people have the
I've
black
seen it
communities.
happen.
Yeah, and what happened is the black
They didn't
communities
close the
that
budget
yeah
for shelter
yeah
plus
but
care for Hispanic communities, but for black
yeah
communities, they got rid of those agencies. I've
yeah
seen it
so
happen.
so so here's my thing, Miller, is that, and because I'm gonna start talking about this on my YouTube channel and stuff. Black people have to learn from that. Okay, when we go to these new places, Las Vegas, Minneapolis, Charlotte, North Carolina, places like that, make when you get in political power in those places, you cannot support laws where they're going to put immigrants above U.S. citizens. You just can't do it, and that's why black people are leaving those places. And I just find that incredibly interesting because for years you had so many thriving black communities
Hmm.
in Chicago, and even as a trucker, when I go through Chicago, I see the black communities. I see, you know what I mean? You see all those black people, so much history in those neighborhoods and in those houses and stuff. And I
Mhm.
love going through there. I love seeing the black community, you know, through there. Not just Chicago, but Gary, Indiana as well. All that whole area. You go across Interstate 90, I believe it is,
Mhm.
and you go through there and you see so much history. And it's just that, you know, black people need to get politically smart, man. They need to just get smart.
This
Yeah,
is
the
Go
this
ahead.
the Midwest has corrupted itself by intermingling with other races. And I
Well, see,
said that
here's the
out loud.
thing.
that's
Here's
the
the thing. Here's the thing, Miller, about the interracial thing. Now, in the ideal world, okay, we wouldn't want as much interracial dating. You know, we would want to see as many, you know, black people, you know, with we would want to see black people with other black people. But in reality, a certain amount of interracial relationships are going to occur. My thing is this: I would rather co-opt the biracial people and get them to be on our side rather than tell them that, hey, you're something different or you're something else or you're not black, you're not really a part of us.
Mm.
All that's going to do is just make them be an enemy to us, because someone else is going to come along who is our enemy, and they're going to see that, and they're going to say, okay, I can ally with them
I've talked
against
to
against
I've
you know
talked to
what I mean?
bicultural people, and they want their own lane. They don't want to endure any longer the frustration of having to choose black or white. They just don't
uh
want to have to choose between Hispanic and black. They don't want to have
But
to choose
from a
between white and
strategic
Hispanic. They
standpoint,
want
but you
their
got
own
you got to
lane.
look. Yeah, but here's the thing, Len. Mela, from a strategic, you got to be strategic from a strategic standpoint. Okay, when you look at black communities going towards the future, you need numbers, regardless of how you feel about these people, or you don't like the fact that they're biracial, whatever. But we need the numbers. That's how you win in politics. And if you get these people in a block where they're going to say, well, you know what, I'm not black, I don't support black people's interests, I don't relate to them. Okay, but then you need them to, pass a program like, like the ceasefire program or something like that, or something to help keep black schools and stuff open. They won't vote for it because they won't relate to the black community. But if the black community, finds a way to bring these people in and integrate these people into our community, they're more likely to vote for
yeah.
things that will benefit us.
Could
You
I
gotta think like that. Go
could
ahead,
I
bro.
could I add on to that?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
What I was gonna say was we have to present the black community as favorable. Right now, we
Yeah,
have a deficit of
Hmm.
positive images of black people in the media,
Incentives, exactly.
and we have to, you know, showcase black love as something that everybody should want to have. We have to
Yes,
showcase black communities as the place where everybody gonna live or
yes.
want to live. I would say us leaving Chicago, that's a mistake. You know what I'm saying? It's a mistake. Well, our ancestors fought too hard. They fought too hard to build up these communities, and I feel like it's a mistake. It's a vacuum of businesses that are leaving the black community just due to a number of issues. People malls they're not going to be as thriving as malls used to be when we were young, right? So because of the mail order business, the business that you in, brother, with trucking, you know what I'm saying? This is something that we could definitely take advantage of. And we can employ our own people doing it. Employ our
yeah,
own people doing it. You know what I'm saying? So I would
yeah,
say that is a major issue. We can't rebuild the black community with people outside of the black community as allies only. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time, basically.
yeah,
Build up the black community that we do have, and then we would garner more allies if we
Hmm.
were to double down on the love for one another.
yeah,
Absolutely. Brother City of Truth had mentioned emulating the success of other cultures and doing better than them. Like, you know how you get introduced to a formula and then you make the formula better. I agree. You can infiltrate your enemy, so to speak, figuratively speaking or literally speaking. You can infiltrate your enemy and you can pick up exactly what their blueprint is and take that blueprint and build better upon it. We have to have unity. We have to be on code, as Max says, right? We have a new panelist, Brother Speakers, joined us. I'm gonna go on mute and listen.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, I was listening, and I couldn't agree more about the whole thing trying to separate biracials and all that. I'm more or less use them as allies, and and the ones that actually identify as black, they like black culture. These are the people you don't want to be going around saying they ain't black or all that kind of stuff. That's goofy, and that's not the smartest thing to do because you're going to turn them into an enemy. Now, the ones that don't identify with black, they don't really care or nothing like that. Fine, you want to tell them they ain't black? Fine, good. Do that. You can do that with them. The problem with us, a lot of times, we don't know how to vet, and we got a lot of goofy idiots who get online and they want to do that to everybody. I'm like, you can't do that to everybody because there are people who really want to ally with you. They really want to. They enjoy being black, even though they have their other side. But
Hmm.
you want to go around getting on them about they ain't black enough and all that kind of goofy
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
and you're gonna turn them into your enemy for no other reason because you feel some
right.
type of way because some biracial person didn't got your woman or got your man or something like that. Some
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
or they have some kind of you perceived privilege. I mean, it doesn't make sense. You don't have the numbers for that. You don't have the economic power to even enforce it, even if you wanted to be black first and just pure black. You don't even have the power to enforce that. So the best thing to do is to embrace the ones that want to be black. They enjoy being black. Embrace them, support them. The ones that don't, leave them to the curb. It's nothing, and we have to be more. We have to do better with our vetting. And like Brother Rob was saying earlier, the reason why more people won't ally with us because our image is bad. It's, and it's
hmm
like, and we have not done a great job of promoting the good that some of us are doing. We just promote the negatives, and then it doesn't help that the media is doing it as well, and we just add on to it. So it's like, why would I ally with people who they support the most negative of negatives? You know, so you got a big problem going around.
Yeah, I think
But
yeah.
one of the biggest issues that I noticed, and this is the last 2 years, it just seemed like everybody is drawn to the most extreme position. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody on the black woman's fifth side say kill black babies, you know what I'm saying? Everybody want to talk about that. If the most extreme person on the black manosphere side said we should uh we should only be dating non-ADOS women, they still black but they non-ADOS, right? And everybody paying attention to that. Hey, in real life, fam, in real life, man, I see so many professional, beautiful black women. I mean, I live in Chicago, man. I don't know about everybody. You know what I'm saying? I just left the mall maybe about an hour ago. Oh man, the sisters are winning. Hey, fam, fam. Hey, they winning. I'm a married man, but I ain't blind. Man, the sisters winning, fam. I don't know what these other cats don't see in them, but I know for a fact that if we stack our women up against any other woman on planet Earth, oh yeah, man, we gonna win every time, G. Every time. It ain't even a question in my mind. So that being said, you know what I'm saying? We gotta do is refine from that point forward. We got the strongest brothers, they got the most charisma, we got the finest sisters, they got the strongest backbone. Man, we got everything we need except each other. You know? That's how I look at it, Joe.
Yeah, see, my thing is this: is that you know what happens with I don't know if I want to keep talking about that, but it's like this. I mean, we're all brilliant black people up here. Brilliant, beautiful black people. And I think Mela left. And it's a shame. I really enjoy when she up here, but everybody else up here is so great, and wonderful. But I feel like the new places black people are going to, how should they build those places up? Like, what can we learn from the past? Like, how should a black city or a black Mecca look like
Man,
in the future? What
I
types
got,
of
I got, I got
policies?
Here
What
go a
types of.
real life example right here, right? I work with high schoolers, right?
Okay.
You got a trucking company, right?
Yeah.
So all you got to really do is develop a training program to get young men to train to get their CDL. I can continue to feed your business.
Good.
And all you
Good.
have to do is just have some routes for them to drive. That's it.
Yeah, but see, yeah. The thing is with CDL though, you got to be like the insurance companies. You got to be 23. They're considering like an 18-year-old CDL now, but it's not. It's not. I don't think it's likely because the way insurance is. If they put too many
I
18
got
year
you.
olds out here,
But
yeah, if they
but
put
here
too
go the
many.
thing,
Well,
right?
hold on. Let me finish, bro.
Uh,
If they put too many 18 years olds out here and they have too many accidents, their insurance is going to shoot up. So you need. They would be better with diesel mechanic first. Start out diesel mechanic, and if those brothers learn how to fix these trucks and stuff, they'll be so far ahead of the game. Like I wish I had did diesel mechanic at 18, because then I would have already had a trade. I would have already knew the industry, and by the time I started driving, I already know how to fix my own truck, because then I'll be able to save money. Don't have to pay mechanics. So
so
start them with that. If you can feed me mechanics and stuff as my business grows,
yeah,
that would be 100% more. That'd be so helpful, man.
check this out, bro. I'm 3 steps ahead of you, right? So
Okay.
number one, right? That's literally what I do. I literally put them. You said you want to drive trucks. You said you want, man. All right. Look, this is what you need to know everything about the trucking business. So,
Yeah.
what I do is I had them we trying to obtain we mock calling businesses and trying to get loads out of them. You know what I'm saying? So we selling we trying to be a third party vendor. You see what I mean? I used
Uh huh.
I used to work for C.H. Robinson. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so because I used to be a dispatcher for C.H. Robinson, I'm familiar with the business. You see what I mean?
Okay. Okay.
So I got I
Yeah.
got shorties that's learning how to speak professionally over the phone, right? Then I got shorties that's going for diesel mechanics, right? And then my
Yeah.
guys who can get into the CDL program at the city college. It's called Olive Harvey. Boom, I put them in there. You see what
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah.
I, I can already feed your business. Do you see? Do you see? Because see, sales, right? People don't even understand how important sales is in trucking. People don't even get that. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So I that's one part of the business that I already got. So Shorty could be literally driving a load and talking on the phone trying to pick up another one while he out there and he can work for himself. You know, I ain't trying to take away from you. I'm just trying to build some self-sufficient entrepreneurs. You did.
Let me ask you, uh, now, Charlene, are you there? Or Dane, are you there? Are you the ladies there?
Yes.
Oh, hey, Dane. What about Charlene?
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Charlene. Yeah. Um, like Charlene, I want to ask you, what field do you work in? Like, are you? I think you said you were a nurse, or
No, I'm not a nurse. I wear
what?
multiple hats.
Okay, so like, what lane do you are you in profession wise? Like,
Right now, I'm an insurance agent,
oh, that's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up.
but
Do you feel
I'm also a landlord, and I also trade in the market.
okay? Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah. Yeah.
So, what was
I
your question?
considered I considered insurance at one point. Like it was between like insurance and real estate. I ended up taking the real estate test, but I considered like if I could do it again, like if I went back into sales, I would do insurance sales. I would want to like work with businesses like trucking companies or something like that. Like I wouldn't want to just sell to just regular, you know, everyday people. I would want to sell insurance to like businesses, like because that seemed like it would make more money, and then you don't have to do all the door to door.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? So yeah, if I ever did sales again, it would be. Then I had a business to business sales job right before I went into trucking. I had one, and I preferred that one because before I was doing like door to door sales, and that's hard. And you got to go into these people's houses. Like I'm at the age now, like I did that shit in my early 20s, but now that I'm 30, I would never take a job like that. I would never do a job where I got to go walk up in somebody's house. 'Cause I sold Kirby vacuum cleaners at one point too, and then it's a big risk because when you go to these, they drop you off at these houses and shit. That you don't know if the people that live there are gonna be friendly to you or if they're not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't like go and knock random doors. I don't do stuff like that.
Yeah. And let me tell y'all a story.
Oh, hold on a second, Charlene. Your mic is acting up.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, but you very digitized. It gets distorted a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, so my thing is how should I say it? Yeah, excuse me. Because one time I was selling the Kirby vacuum cleaners, and you basically just go door to door all day. You literally work from 6 a.m. in the morning till fucking 10, 11 o'clock at night when you sell Kirby vacuum cleaner. You just walking from neighborhood to neighborhood, and your feet. I don't know how I didn't get flat foot. All I did was walk all day. You know what I mean? And but sometimes they drop you off at certain houses. And like I said, you don't know if the people are gonna be nice or if they're not gonna be nice. You don't know if the people are gonna be um, respectful or not respectful. And one time they dropped me off at these. It was the weirdest thing because they dropped me off at these Latino people's house, right? Because I was supposed to do a demonstration for them, right? And most of the Latino people I dealt with were nice, but this one particular family, something was off because I walk in and everything in the house was already more or less clean. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? And you know how with the Kirby, you've had a Kirby vacuum demonstration, right, Charlene?
Mm-hmm.
No, I
Yeah.
haven't.
Well, you basically go over their carpet and it has like a dirt filter, and you show them like the dirt that is hidden. But I kept going over their carpet, and it was just pulling up, just because everything was so new in that house. And we'll come to find out, and it was a girl. She was like mid 20s, looked like, and it looked like the man there looked like he was her dad because he was way older. He was like his 40s. He looked like that was her dad or something. And I just asked him, oh, where you guys work, because they always tell you to ask those kind of dumb questions. Like at the time, I wasn't tactful, so I just was going down the script of what they wanted me to ask. And these people was just looking at me, just like that. First they was looking at me weird, and then they kept looking at me weirder and weirder. And then I kind of got scared because they just were staring at me. You know what I mean? Like these blank stares on their face. So I don't know. I don't know what's going through their head. You know what I mean?
Do they speak English?
No, yeah, they spoke perfect English. Okay, but they looking at me weird as fuck. And they could have just asked me to leave. If they were uncomfortable, they could have just said, you know what, sir, we really don't want the demonstration. If you could just leave right now, that'd be great. And I would have left. But instead, these motherfuckers, they grabbed the box that the Kirby was in and sat it outside. They grabbed the machine itself and sat it outside. All this dramatic shit. And I ended up having to take it apart and put it back together. Take it apart and put it in the box outside. But see, shit like that is why I don't do door to door, because you don't know what you going into. Basically, what they did, here's how Kirby worked. They get these girls, they get these females, these white girls, right? And they'll go knock some of the doors, and it's like this smiling white girl that comes to their door. Hi, my name's Carrie. We're with Kirby. We just want to do a demonstration for you today. And then next thing you know, they dropping you off at that house, and the white girl gone. Now they dropping you off. So these people in their mind, they thinking, oh, it's this white girl came to our door, and then they dropped a black dude off with a fucking vacuum cleaner. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like that kind of thing. And then it's like we get this weird feeling, and so but after that, I was like, man, I'll never do door to door. Fuck that. I'm not even a people person like that. I like businesses, but I don't like people like that. I don't want to go to these people. Some
Okay.
people have nasty houses too. You know what I mean?
Okay. Let's not go into that detail. Otherwise, I'm gonna start telling you the story about the elderly lady that tricked the Kirby demonstrator into vacuuming her whole house.
Oh,
Uh, so, so let
was
me tell
that
you.
your?
So, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh no, I was just using the thread over your head. Well, if you want me to go to elderly lady, I think at the time she was about 80, 89, 80, something like that. She was in her late 80s. Um, and she really wasn't interested, but she was kind of bored. Um, cause she finished everything she was going to do, and the Kirby guy came over. Seemed like a nice young man, so she said, and she's given an opportunity. Cause yes, hers was a black man too. He kept ignoring her when she kept saying, I wasn't interested. He said, well, let me demonstrate it, and then if you're still not interested, okay. So he was demonstrating. He had one of the models that could go from the carpet to the floor and stuff like that, and that it could suck up water and all this other thing. I think it was one with that water. Anyway, so he kept demonstrating. So she's like, okay, well, can it do this? Well, can it do that? And and he said, okay, how about thick carpet? I got some thick carpet in this room. And he was demonstrating, he's just talking with her, and they were just talking. And he ended up, cleaning up, vacuuming that room with the thick carpeting. And then she got thinner carpeting, in the hallway. See how it does with thinner carpeting, or the floors and stuff like that. And she was like, nah, I don't have that many rooms that got carpeting, or could it do throw rugs? And next thing you know, the whole time kept talking over her, and he ended up vacuuming her house. And then finally, when he caught her breath, he said, I've been trying to tell you, I'm not really interested and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I did got kind of curious about. You kept saying all the different features. I did get curious. I wanted to really see if it went from thick to thin to the floor and the water, but I had no intention of ordering a vacuum cleaner. And then after he left, she laughed about it because she got her whole house vacuum for free without having to pay for a
Yeah, I
vacuum.
mean, I get it. I understand. But
But
I mean,
okay,
it.
but
Go
but but
ahead.
but we got to get back on topic, City True, because it was about building the community. Hmm.
Well, that does kind of tie in because it was sales. I mean, sale is a business that you can use to build a
Hmm.
community. But my thing is this: is that well, one thing I did like about Kirby Vacuum Cleaner is during the week we would knock like the city that I lived in, but on the weekend we would drive out and we would go knock on the doors in the surrounding cities and stuff. And so it was like we would do like a little road trip. You know what I mean? On the weekend, we would go out. So it was kind of, and then they would bring you food and stuff like, they would drop you off in the neighborhood and you would knock doors until like 12 or 1. Then they would go get burgers for everyone and everybody would eat. And then they would even give you dinner too, like around like 6 or 7. They go get some more burgers and you eat dinner and you knock some more all the way till 10, 11 at night. You know.
Okay. Well, in the country, if you hit the right elderly lady, she would end up feeding you. Especially if you remind her, oh, you remind me so much of my grandson. And they like it. They will feed you up and they ask you all your business and stuff like that. You never end up taking the vacuum clean out. You don't make a sale, but you will get fed, and all your business will be known by this elderly lady. And she's like, okay, well, yeah. I knew one elderly lady. The Kirby guy never got to make the neighborhood. He spent the entire time with her.
Wow.
Hmm.
Wow. Wow.
Yep. Yep. That's what I think. That's one of the reasons why they stopped sending the black men into black neighborhoods, because the men would remind the elderly ladies so much of their grandsons or their sons. They get fed and never make the neighborhood. We're like, are you still at that house? Or did she make it on her? I didn't make it through the neighborhood. Hmm.
Yeah, well, I did, but at least I got some good references from that job. So after that, I moved on. So I got the fuck on, but
Hmm.
you know.
Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. So Charlene don't know about that. I don't remember. I haven't seen a Kirby cleaner, but I think they stopped by that time. But anyway,
Yeah. I
yeah,
never seen
yeah.
that demonstration. I remember
Mhm,
when I was like 18, like 17, 18. I was
mhm.
trying to get a job and they had this one job for knives. Where you go and you knock on doors and you sell these really nice knives.
Uh-huh.
I I didn't do it, but that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah. Uh, Cologne salesman. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Hmm.
So I
And
mean,
and don't forget the ultimate knock on the door, the Census Bureau.
yeah.
Every 2 years.
So City of Truth. So yeah, I'm an insurance agent, but I mainly assist people in enrolling them into Medicare. So I assist them with enrolling
Okay.
into Medicare Part A, Part B, and I also help them with the insurance side with it too. So I mostly cater to people who are 50 and older, even though I can help everyone, but my main target is older people. And
Yeah.
so far, I really like this job, and I think it's the best insurance company I've been at.
What was that?
Okay. I
Oh, I was
feel
saying I really like this company here. So yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can do something. All right. Yeah, yeah. We do need to reach our young guys. We need to be able to, establish. Oh, dang! I wish brother Rob hadn't dropped off. I wanted to ask him a little more, but yes, because with all the the what's he call it um out of the I'm trying to remember what it's called, but the skills like carpentry, welding. I'm trying to think of. They used to do that in the high schools. It used to be an elective. They removed all them, and yeah, cause I was reading one thing. Sometimes our young people are entrepreneur on their own. This boy got caught uh uh turning the rare used third bathroom boys bathroom into a barbershop. Uh yeah, he was doing it through during the study hall. That's what got him in trouble. If he had did it after school or before school and stuff like that, but he was doing it during study hall, and he got caught. But everybody was proud of him. But there was a time and a place. That was not the time. It wasn't a place neither, but they and he's very skilled. In fact, there's a black barber cosmetology school that want to take him in, but he got skills. He was shown like one time how to fade, and he got it. He was that popular. That was attracting the teacher's attention. Why is there a line to this boy's bathroom? And why are all these boys trying to make it all the way to the third floor bathroom? You know, you know, and the line was out the door. It's like, what the heck is going on? And he peeped
But
in, put him cutting. He didn't say nothing. The next thing you know, he was being called to the principal office.
I'm like, the study hall is not really a class. It's like you come in early to study.
Oh well, my school don't have like study hall like that, so I don't have no clue what that was. To me, that's like a period where you're supposed to be. It's usually okay. The closest thing I have is for the seniors. They have like a no class period at certain times of the day, but they cannot leave school. But since they at that part where they applying to college, doing essays, applying for scholarships, grants, and everything they need for college, they are to take that opportunity while in the library to get all that stuff, get to work on all that stuff. And they'll be assigned to the library at certain periods, you know, so that we won't have the whole last hour full of seniors, you know, with nothing, just going there with nothing to do. Um, Not to mention the library ain't that big. And yeah. So it's like going to class. You may be assigned to the library. They may call it council, but you better be in that library. If you in the bathroom, use the bathroom, get in, get out. So the fact that he was using that hour to cut hair, that was a big no. Well, maybe that
Yeah.
school's a little bit more, study hall's a little bit on line like mine. My school was. They don't call it study hall, but that's basically what it was. But it turned out he ain't the only boy. Okay, while I was trying to, I had accidentally closed out my thing and pulled it up again. There's another boy also caught. Boy's bathroom. He wasn't there. Well, actually, it wasn't really caught, but it was. He was filming himself. On his what was it? What is it? I don't know if it was a TikTok or Instagram or one of them social media. And he was demonstrating, how well he cut hair to, kind of network, that his business, over the social media. And what he would do, you know how food trucks would say they're gonna be in such an area a certain day. He was doing the same thing, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!" And this boy is a little bit younger than the boy that got caught in the boys' bathroom, but because it was the school's bathroom, he kind of got himself in trouble, you know, because he advertised it as, "I'm in such and such school bathroom. I turned it into a barbershop." But we do have some of our kids like that's entrepreneurial, because that's the skills they have. But not all our kids have that, that barbering skill, or that, you know they some of them need a
Uh huh.
direction, or they need the opportunities, or some of them just not that into barbering like that. Okay. And okay, what's going on with my phone? Yeah, so let me get this little porn site out of there. All right. Um. Yeah. And with all the programs being on, there's no programs. And not all the boys are going to college and stuff like that. And some of the parents is fixated with college, or some boys just don't like school. I had an uncle.
Yeah.
He did not like school. He said he told his parents right straight up, my grandparents straight up, "Don't waste your money. I'm not going to college. I'm sick of school. I just want to go to work." And he was meet his other brother. He's going to meet his other brother who's helping him get a job, a great job. And then when
Yeah.
he finally did go to college, the job paid to send him to college.
Exactly.
Hmm.
That's how it should be. They did me like that. They try to push me to college, but I was like, nah. I want to work. I want to drive trucks. I want to get my money first. Then I'll go back. That's such a better model for boys. Because see, boys need to be in the working world first. They need to learn how it is to get up, go to a job, make money, budget your own money,
Hmm.
and make your own decisions. Even have your own apartment. That does so much more for boys.
Hmm.
Because boys don't learn the way same boys and girls don't learn the same way.
Hmm.
Girls learn by sitting down and following instruction, and boys learn more hands on.
Hmm.
And getting
Yeah.
out and actually doing stuff is better for boys.
And some of them, if the opportunity present themselves, okay, like we had this big storm, big old tree fell. It wasn't in my neighborhood, but it was a neighborhood I'm familiar with, and I know the people. Fell on their house, but it's an elderly lady, and she's blind, and 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 she just so happened to have her children and grandchildren living with her for the moment. Um, with her daughter and her grandchildren and her daughter's husband, because they something happened, they lost their house. And so everybody in the neighborhood, okay, the husband wasn't physically, all the men in the neighborhood came in to help. They all got, the skills like Max is talking about, about what his father taught him. These men have these skills. They hand them in. They work in construction company. They fix on their own property and stuff like that. So they came in to help. First to get that tree as quickly as possible off that house and the tarp up the roof. I kept wondering why I was getting all these thank yous. I was letting people know that the fire station was having free tarps, first come, first serve, that day only. Hurry up. And because when I did, it was when they were removing the tree. Okay. Anyway, a lot of the young boys in the community, they were just watching around, but the men in the community said, "Come on, start pulling limbs." And the grandson was observing how the men was doing repairs to the roof. I mean, well, not to just the roof, to the trailer. They took all the pictures that was needed for the insurance and stuff like that, but they started because there's no other place for this family to go. And the grandson asked them if they can show him how to do the repairs. He don't know how to use a hammer. He just know how to use a screwdriver a little bit. And his mom showed him. His dad didn't have those skills. Plus, his dad was hurt. You know, so he wanted to know how to the urgency to there was in him the urgency to want to know how to take care of his family, but he didn't know how and he didn't know who to ask. And he saw the opportunity since the men were all there, and they were already doing the stuff that he was interested in. He asked if they would teach him, and they took him under the wing. It's like three men. They were showing him everything. They were showing him how to do this, how to do that, and it was instructing him and stuff like that. But the other boys in the community was like, "Oh man, I gotta do this." Father's like, "Boy, if you don't get over there, if I can do it, you can do it. Come on, we're gonna move these trees." But that was father stepping in. The other ones, um, you know, his grandfather died. His father is away at work offshore, and he just followed along. They just yanked him. Nope, nope, nope. You gonna go with the men. Go with the men and do whatever the men tell you to do. If they tell you to take out the trash, take out the trash. They tell you to take the limbs, limb. They tell you to hammer something, do it. That was the mother, grandmother. You go. You're not gonna be hanging around here while everybody's working. You gonna go. But that was because they knew with his grandfather's gone, his father's out of town. This was an opportunity for him to be around men and stop being around women and other young boys his age. They needed to be around men, you know, it, and not just his father, who he works a lot. He's not there all the time. Him and father lived here, mother lived there. Yeah, and
Yeah,
even though he grumbled and grouched, he was so proud that he was telling me all the stuff he learned to do. He said, now I know how to frame a door. Now I know how to put in a new doorknob. You ever need a new doorknob put in? I know how to do it. It's like, okay, well, you're the person I'm gonna come to when I need it done. You know, you know. But he was so excited. But then he would play it off as soon as one of his buddies came off. But they were all in that excited mode and stuff like that. And I said they want to, they either don't know how to ask. It wasn't their or their fathers didn't have those skills to teach them that. So
yeah,
mhm.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel you. I feel you. Dang. And I
So
wish Max would come back. I wish
I
somebody.
wonder what
Who
happened.
else? Seems like everybody left. Like
Oh,
everybody.
I'm here. I'm just
Charlene
chatting
just.
in. I'm in the chat, chatting, going.
Uh, everybody left, man.
let it go.
Shit.
You stirred up a hornet's nest. You know you was gonna do that.
Hey, hey, bro,
Oh,
Steve.
whoa, bro, speak. I didn't mean for you to stop talking. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say what you
No, I was in the chat. We're talking about the whole thing with the biracial and talking about telling people that they're not black, and I'm like,
Yeah,
it's like, what is a benefit of doing that at all?
exactly. You
That's
know, I,
not a benefit, and we're talking about what's going to benefit the community. That's not going to be you going around telling a biracial, oh, you ain't black. How's that benefiting the community? We got our own problems. The last thing I need to be worrying about is who black and who not right at this moment. Your community is messed up. You should be building your own community. Stop worrying about these other people. If they embrace their blackness, leave them alone. Let them
exactly.
embrace it. If they don't worry. Get rid of them. That's it. These
Yeah,
fakers, these flip floppers, get rid of them. But stop.
exactly.
My thing is, we do the opposite. We try to embrace people that don't want to be black, don't care about being black. hate you,
Exactly.
and not only that you hate the biracial, you hate the people who are actually black, and we want to try to convince them to be black. No, get rid of them
Exactly.
motherfuckers, all of them.
Yeah.
If
Now,
they
bro,
if they
speak.
don't want to embrace
Yeah.
being black, get rid of them. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Let them
And
die off. Let them go wherever the fuck they gonna go and die. I don't give a
yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
But the
And bro.
but the
Oh,
people that want to embrace being black, the people that actually they're living their life, they consider themselves black, they want to be black,
mm,
leave them the fuck alone. Why are you going around telling them, oh, you ain't black?
Yeah.
What is
Fuck
that
that.
gonna do for you,
Yeah.
for your community?
Exactly.
Is it a feel if
Exactly.
unless it's a feel good moment for you, okay, fine, it's a feel good moment. But politically, that don't make sense. Socially, that don't make sense. You don't have the numbers. You don't have the power to do anything. And no, other races of people do not go around claiming they don't have to. You know why they don't
Yeah.
have to? Because they have power. They don't have to do it. They don't care. But we're the only ones that care because we're so powerless right now that we're just looking for anything to get rid of certain people, attack people for no fucking reason other than they exist. I do not care if a biracial is black or not, because in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Our community is failing right now. That's what you should be concerned with. The people that actually want to build for the community, that's who you need to be supporting. Worrying about some people who don't care about your blackness, don't want to be black, it doesn't matter to me. Brace the ones that want to be, the other ones leave them alone. Don't even worry about them. We're
Yeah.
fighting so
Exactly.
hard. To, I mean, it's like we should be more concerned with repairing our image. We should be more concerned with our kids in the schools of uh, these schools are messing up our kids. But you worrying about what this biracial is. I don't give a fuck. They want to be black. They embrace their blackness. What is your issue? Why are you crying over it? It makes no sense to me. Let them embrace that. I'm not saying you got to accept everyone. That's never been my. I agree. We shouldn't embrace everybody, but at the same time, don't go around attacking people. And well, I'm just telling them the truth. The truth is what the you're supposed to be doing something that's going to benefit them. That's how you make allies. You doing something to benefit them. Going around saying they ain't black is not going to benefit them, and it's not going to benefit you. It may
Right.
make you feel better, but it
Right.
ain't going to benefit you in the long run, and it ain't going to benefit our community in the long run.
Yep.
I'm
okay.
sorry. I
I see
don't
what
get
you're
into that.
saying. I see what you're saying, but yeah, I do know the ones that embrace their blackness. They even marry black. They know they're black. Their family embraced as black. Their black family. Okay, but we got these other ones that be flip flopping. They black when they feel like it. They white when they
Right.
feel like it. They don't even
I
say
know.
that they buy or they mix or anything. They just flip flop all over the place. And unfortunately, those are the ones that give most of the ones that they adamant that they are black or they not. You know, a bad reputation. Uh huh.
I know. And
And
those people you get rid of.
yeah,
These are
but
the
it
ones
takes
you
it
got to
takes
get
a
rid of.
while. It takes a while to figure out. Um,
Yeah, and it does. That means you have to vet people.
uh,
Don't just be so accepting to everybody. I agree with that. But in that, don't my thing is don't be going around just randomly seeing a biracial, hey, you ain't black. I'm like, what the, huh? That don't make sense
Yeah.
to me. As as
Yeah.
a as a person, if we're talking about what's going to benefit the community strategically, that does not
Yeah.
help you. Again,
Yeah.
flip floppers, get rid of them. The ones that don't embrace it, get rid of them. Don't even waste your time with them. and stop trying to put them in the group when they don't want to be. That's been my
Exactly.
thing.
Now, hold on, bro. Speak. Let me respond. Why is it that black people do this thing, but that they'll take a motherfucker that don't want to be black, but then we'll try to put them in the black category and give them all this love, and they don't even want to be bothered. That's the weirdest thing to me. Why you think that go on?
Mm.
It's like the I think is some part of like human analogy they want to challenge or something like that. I think that's what it is because it's like how do I put this? The people that want people have this weird thing when people want them, they tend to look down on them because it seems like they 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 take that kindness and something for weakness, especially in
Yeah.
sometimes in our community. Whereas the people that just don't want to be black, they people consider that a challenge to try to make them into our community. Oh, if we just had this person in our community, we can change them. It's just like when people go try to argue with Thomas Sotomayor, Obsidian and all that, trying to argue them down about the quality of black women. I'm like, why are you arguing with two people that clearly have some hatred for black women, and either they generally have hatred or they doing this for some clout and money. Why are you trying to argue them down that and try to get them to see we're good people? No, that ain't the business. Tell those motherfuckers to fuck off and die. That's what I mean. Well, maybe not. It's like just tell them to fuck off. But we have this
Yeah.
need to try to convince people that we matter. We need to stop doing that. That is the we're so trying to be accepted by other people, people that clearly have shown they don't like us, clearly
Hmm.
shown they hate us, clearly shown that at the first sign of a hat they will dump us with the quickness. These are the ones we try to convince the most instead of the ones that really want to be black. They really want to help us and all that. We want these are the ones we should be promoting, embracing,
Okay.
uh, and that's what we should be
The lady
doing. But
says they're not attacking biracials.
who said that?
I said, "What are you
Okay,
talking
well,
about? I'm not attacking anyone."
okay, well, telling them that they ain't black. Okay, is I'm like seriously, is that going to benefit you? Is that going to benefit the community? It's not. You ain't got no political power. You ain't got no social power right now. You ain't got no economic power, which is the biggest thing of all. But you're gonna spend your time telling a biracial that they ain't black. Why? Who
Um,
gives a shit?
I don't think they was telling biracial. They were saying that biracials um
O-
weren't black. It takes two black parents.
Okay,
They were having a
in the grand,
discussion.
yeah, I get that, but I'm talking about when you trying to do that publicly
Oh,
when you really need numbers. That's not the move. I
Exactly.
mean, it's just not that it's not a wise move. Now, personal life, you can do whatever. I don't your personal life, you can do whatever. You don't want to accept biracials as black, hey, that is your personal life. You can do whatever. I do not care.
but
But when you talking about publicly, going online, doing that publicly and going at people saying, "Oh, well, you ain't black" and all that, that's not a
um,
wise move. Because
that's what they're
what
saying.
you're
They're
going
not
to
telling. Okay, okay, okay.
But
I get
but
what you're
that's
talking
what
about.
that's what they're trying to
That's
that's what it sounds like to me, and that's why I'm saying don't do that publicly. Privately, whatever that's your business. But then they want to argue me down like, well, you need to do with the safe hate. Well, yeah, the self hate that's a whole different ball game when we're talking about publicly. Yeah, we got a lot of self hate, but that's something you got to do internally. Those people got to do that internally.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right, y'all
that
gonna have to, okay, look, you're gonna agree disagree. You're not just like you're saying, arguing with somebody and making them is not gonna do any good. You're doing
mm,
what you saying that's wasting time. They're gonna
yeah,
believe what they wanna believe, and they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and they're gonna accept what they're gonna accept. Stop arguing with them because you're wasting your energy and your time. Hmm.
I know. And yeah, and I apologize for trying to bring that up here, but
Or mhm.
yeah, that's just not. I'm just saying it's just publicly it's not a good idea. Privately, do whatever. It's just
Yeah.
that's just. But I just hear a lot of this online stuff
Hmm.
that you're doing this
Yeah,
online, which is I'm like, you privately do whatever, but publicly stop doing that stuff. You have enough enemies out here that you don't need more. That's just been my point.
exactly, exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay. So,
Yeah,
mhm. Okay, but all right. But if we no, I'm not gonna stir that back up again.
Wait, wait, hold. Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah, I can
yeah,
hear you now. Was you was
Yeah,
talking?
yeah. It's like I wish Psychopatheus was here because he's the one we need to talk to about that because he's like a hardcore black nationalist and he has a heavy distrust of biracial people because he thinks that they become the leaders of the organizations and they take over the organization and it's not a black organization anymore. It's a because there's a
Um,
biracial person
I
leading
think you
it.
think
Yeah,
of them more as they compromise
now
because
yeah, but I don't like that mentality. I disagree with that because most black organizations don't have biracial people leading them. Most of them have black people that have two black parents leading them. If I can think off, I mean, Al
okay,
Sharpton has two black
okay,
parents. Jesse Jackson,
okay.
Louis Farrakhan. Like, who's the
But
biracial
you don't
leader?
know but do you know about the white people in the NAACP?
But we're
Um.
yeah, but we're talking about biracial people though. He's sitting up saying
Oh.
that well the biracial people get to the top of the organization and they take the shit over because they're biracial and it's like okay, but I mean in order to get to the top of those organizations, you have to be in those organizations. You have to politic. I feel like if you feel like that, like what organization is he a part of? He's just a guy on YouTube giving his opinion, but is he trying to be a part of these organizations and reform them? If not, then why you keep talking about the people that are in them? You know what I mean? Like that's just how I feel.
Mhm.
You go ahead.
Well, I I think it's the let me see. Oh no, I'm not gonna try to put words in Psycho's mouth. Cause he's very clear. He feels they compromise. That they mixed up because they got the pull of two parents. You know, one parent's black and they trying to affiliate with that. One parent's white
Mm-hmm.
trying to affiliate with that. There's a pull. What am I? I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not completely white, but I identify with the white side because of this parent. I'm not completely black because I identify with the black side with this parent. And I'm not one or the other. You know, and there's the pull that if you deny one, if you deny the one that you're denying the love, you're hurting that parent. You know, had a little cousin, her mom broke it down to her that baby, you're black. You just happen to have a white mother. You're not white. The white people would not accept you as white. In fact, if my parents had been born, they would have wanted me to get rid of you. Well, she broke it down a little bit. I don't know how much she told, but she basically was telling her daughter that white community ain't gonna accept, but the black community is helping her. You know, and we saw her every summer. Got to know. She knows us. She knows us. She spent a lot of time with her dad, my uncle, and stuff like that. And she insisted, that she get to know me and my mom and her grandmother, because she was going to grow up to be a black woman, and she could not teach her how to be a black woman. She's that baby, you're going to go through things that I never go through or don't even recognize and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so
No.
her mother deliberately, you know insisted, that you're black, and black is on her birth certificate. She's raised black. She thinks black. In fact, she married black. And she felt better because from Louisiana, we got the rainbow of the chocolate caramel. So her skin tone was closer to my mom's. So she felt comfortable. She realized she was black. All she saw was her dad until the first time she came. Her dad is darker, but my mom, her grandfather, lighter hue. You know, that there was a variety of hue just in the family, and that she wasn't, standing out. She went from a place where she was like either the only black girl, or she felt in the school, in her school, in the state, is she stood out, Well, I might be exaggerating about in the state, but at least in the city or the school she was at. And every summer, she was there whole summer, celebrate her birthdays, met her cousins, made friends and stuff like that. So, she feel but her brother, his mother was on a whole nother kick, and he was raised by his grandparents, you know, and so, and well, he looks like Drake, so I guess it would fit that he married a Mexican chick. But because I never seen him since he was a baby, I don't really know him as well as I know his sister. You know, so
Yeah.
I talk with his sister, I tease his sister, and with him, I try to tell him about as much of his family history as I could give him. You know, but I'm not as close to him as like I am with her. And then,
Yeah. Yeah.
and because I'm since I came on YouTube, I started really noticing the large quantities of these white women with these black kids, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Whoa!" I was
Yeah.
like it just all of a sudden popped up out of the woodwork, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, now here's the thing, Dane. With that's the reason why so many of these white people now are involved with Black Lives Matter. Because you look up,
Mm.
every time you look up, it's all these white women and all these white dudes. And during the George Floyd, protest, there was this line of white women, and they were all holding black penises and shit in their hand, talking about stop killing black men,
Uh,
and
but no,
what it
they
is.
still no stop. They still fetishize, and even then, these
No, but here's the thing. But Dane, hold on, let me finish, Dane. Well, the point I'm trying to get to is that a lot of these young white, especially nowadays, young white women, a lot of them have biracial kids. And in their mind, when they look at George Floyd and Trayvon Martin and all these cases and stuff, that they looking at it like, well, shit, this could be my kid. I don't want them running up on my kid like this. That's
Mhm,
why you see all these white people starting to get involved in these black causes and stuff. In a way, I mean, I know in an ideal world, we would,
mhm,
we would want most of us to be with our own race and that kind of thing. But in the world that we live in, there is somewhat of a benefit to it because now, more and more other people are becoming aware of black issues and getting involved in them and stuff like it's harder for them to just go out and just victimize black people now like they did 20, 25 years ago, because now a lot of white people are actually working in our interest now, because a lot of them have black kids, and you know what I mean. Yeah, you
No,
got to
Yeah.
look at it like
no,
that.
that that might work for those where their fathers are still involved with the mothers and the children, but the ones that they became baby mamas. Oh, the hell it did! No, it did not. I've seen some. I was like, oh my goodness, I almost cringe, and stuff like that. Um, and the way they talk to the kids and treat the kid, is very abrupt and almost I
Uh
hate you. Okay, I'm looking at a child who's maybe 4 or 5 years old. Now, okay, I'm walking from the grocery store to the car. I see a young child coming up, and there's cars backing out and moving, zooming. So I tell her, babe, move on this side. You know, I didn't know her mother was white, so I didn't see, So she started walking on this side towards me, but the mother is just gone. She's moving. And then all of a sudden she look around, hey, come over here. What you doing over there? Her mother's walking down the middle and stuff like that. And she pointed me. She said for me to come to the side. And she went off said she ain't your effing mother. You get your little b ass over here. And she's telling this child, and I could see the child got this stubborn look in her face. I said, oh. If she's like this at 4, oh, it's gonna be a header by the time she become a teenager and stuff like
huh.
that.
Uh
And it's called and I was like, and the child's looking at me. I was like, babe, I'm so sorry, just go do what your mom said. She's your mama, and stuff like that. And I was like, and she just cursing this child out. I've seen him a few times since that incident. Another case. Now, I'm not saying this woman's a bad mother. There was no evidence that I saw of it. But this other one, this child is my skin complexion. My mother's white. So is her brother. Okay, I just saw the child hopped out first. Got out the car. I'm sitting waiting for some relatives in the car, and I was going, and she waved at me. I said, "Okay, hi, sweetie. Hi, boo." And she got so excited, she turned to have a talk with me. Her mother come out the car. Then I saw who her mother is, and her brother get out the car and say, "Child, come on, come on." And I was like, "Whoa!" She turned to me with such a quick, like she was surprised that I was talking to her, and she was so excited. She stepped up to me. I was a total stranger to her, never met her before in my life, but the fact that she wanted attention from somebody that looked like her so much that she stepped to a total stranger. I could have kidnapped her or anything, not that,
huh.
it bothered me. I said, what is going on that she got excited that I said hi to her, that she was stepping up to me. Most kids, they just go hi and they keep on going. Even when you say hi, boo, and stuff like that,
Yeah.
yeah. But she turned completely around and stepped to my vehicle. Mhm,
Yeah. And see what it is
mhm,
there's something in that little girl.
mhm,
When uh she saw you, she realized you look like her, and she became excited, and
mhm,
and she related to you. She wanted
mhm,
to talk to you and have
mhm,
And I've seen that happens with a lot of biracial people. Like I said, see, that's the girl that's gonna grow up and she gonna identify with black people because she sees how bitter her white mom treat her and stuff. She gonna get a certain age, and a lot of those girls like that, a lot of black girls who are biracial, a lot of them run away from home at an early age. A
and
lot
get
of them run
dumped in
away at
foster
like
care.
12,
We
yeah,
have a high
12,
rate of them
13.
being dumped in
Yeah,
foster care. It
because
is the
yeah,
girls.
yeah, because what happens in that is the white mother. A lot of times they resent their their black daughters. A lot of times when they have babies with black guys and stuff, they want the baby to be a boy, so
Mhm,
they can resemble, the father. They favor the boy children more. When they have a girl child,
mhm.
they don't know how to handle that. They don't know how to deal with the hair. They don't know how to do, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
They don't know how to deal with that, and then it makes them angry. It makes them bitter. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And they take a lot of that. I feel sorry for a lot of them kids. They take a lot of that out on them kids and stuff, man. And sometimes them kids catch hell. So
Mhm. Yeah.
I understand that, but at the same time, there's a narrative overall where the society, they realize a lot of these young white women nowadays, a lot of them have biracial kids now. A lot of them, and I see
Mhm.
them when I go across the country. A lot of them. That's why they trying to change these laws and do all this police reform and stuff now, because that's a big part of the reason why.
Mm.
But you got to look at, like, a lot of these politicians. They don't tell you this. A lot of these politicians on the state and federal level, they have daughters and sons and stuff who are in interracial marriages. A lot of them do. A lot of them got black grandkids. Black, I know, because the city where I live, the mayor, he's a conservative mayor too. He was he was, he been the mayor in my area that I used to live in for over a decade. He was the mayor there.
Mhm.
Um, and his name, I'll even say his name. His name was R.X. Paris. He was the mayor of Lancaster, California. I used to live near Lancaster, California, and for years, he was this conservative mayor, this conservative Republican and stuff. And then um, it came out that when you do the research on him, you find out that his son is married to a black woman, and he has half black grandchildren. And he would go and give speeches, and he would talk about his grandchild. He was proud of it. He my he would say, my son, he's married to a black woman. They about to have a healthy baby. The baby is gonna be biracial, and we can't wait for the baby to be born. We can't wait for this baby to get here. And this is going on in a lot of white families across America now. They have to come to grips with that a lot of them are going to have mixed race grandkids and stuff now. So that's why they changing these laws, because they looking at it like, well, shit, you know, I may not like the fact that, my grandson or whatever is biracial, but hey, that's going to be my grandson regardless. And if when he
Yeah.
grow up, I don't want him to be walking somewhere and somebody run up on, a cop or somebody just run up on him. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So that's where all this is coming from, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I started noticing things in the school. Okay, there's one boy. I thought he was black and stuff like that, and I started paying attention to the codes that identify what ethnicity you are. I was like, wait. This code is different. He's black. Why he got a white code? I was like, oh shooks. Turns out, his mom is white. And because his mom was white, they identified him as white, and I didn't see nothing for the dad. And okay, well, he looked black, and then we got okay. I'm gonna tell you the other reason um we end up with a third group that they don't identify as black or white. They don't even identify as um biracial. Well, technically they're not. Um, but there's a code for them, and I was like, the only reason why I no, because I recognized the boy. He said he was this, and his paper just told him that he was this. He don't even know. He's not even clear what that means. And because it's so vague, I said, okay, I know. I said, okay, I figure out what it is. Because they the own lane thing that was talking about, yeah, there are biracials out there. They don't want to be one or the other. They just want to be who they are. Hmm. Yeah, they don't affiliate with one or the other.
Mm.
And you got that category out there too. You look at them and you thinking, oh yeah, they black, no, but they don't see themselves that way. Okay, we got to get off this subject. Ugh,
Yeah.
because this was not the topic. I'm gonna have to cut
Yeah, I
this
was
video.
I was going for building and I came in
Yeah, but
yeah, man.
I guess we gotta have this honest conversation as part of the building. We gotta face some truths.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Hmm.
Some
So I guess.
city of truths.
Hmm.
Hello? I think you bored again, Dane, or it might be me.
Probably me.
Hello, Dan. I think I'm gonna leave and come
I
back.
think it's
Okay, I can hear you, but
yeah, we can hear you just fine. Maybe it's
I
on
think
your
it's
end.
probably me.
But you
Can y'all
sound
hear
fine,
me?
man.
yeah, you sound
Yeah,
fine
we can
too.
Oh,
hear you.
Yeah,
oh,
but
okay.
your background noise is getting a little loud though.
Yeah, the
No, I'm over
background.
here. Yeah, I'm over here in Indiana at this plaza over here. I'm getting ready to leave. What's going on, y'all? What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, Max? What's going on?
Chilling, man. Hey, man, we gotta get some debates going tonight. Man, we're supposed to have a big debate tonight, but
Oh,
yeah, but woke he chickened out. No, he didn't want to go up against psychopathia.
Well,
Yeah,
you know he was chasing some dudes, so you know how
yeah,
that goes.
yeah.
So
So
he forgot, he forgot that. Oh shoot,
yeah,
I'm supposed to debate. So
yeah.
he had to get out the bed with the other guy,
yeah,
and
3 o'clock, 3 hour, 3 4 hours later. Oh, I should have set my alarm.
Yeah, so
yeah,
we're gonna
'cause he was
fire up
asleep.
again.
After he got through with his boyfriend over there, oh shoot, I got to get to this debate.
Well, we thought we have a different show for a change, some community building. It
Hmm.
went different ways. We got people to come in to. We started off talking about building a community and things like that, and how the women can support, what ways that black men could get other black men involved. But I'm a little disappointed because the turnout wasn't good. You
Hmm.
know, it doesn't mean we're gonna stop doing it. You know what I mean? But people were all in my face about, well, Max, you don't do these kinds of shows and you hate black men. You don't never talk about nothing positive about black men, whatever. All right, so we get a show about building black community, something that people wanted, and the very people who wanted don't show up. Okay,
Yeah. Well,
they're nowhere to be found. But check this out: those same people are over here in the chat when we roasting somebody. Oh,
of course, because people like drama. That's
yeah.
that's what it is. What I find, and I'm partially guilty of it too, is that we say we want these positive shows about building,
Hmm.
and when you talk about the hard stuff like finances, building a
Hmm.
community, helping these schools, we say that we want that, but reality, it's more of it's like the political thing to say. It's not
Yeah,
it's the proper thing to say, but what we really want to say is, no, I like the drama. No, I like the ratchetry. I like the people roasting and all
yeah.
kinds of stuff. We
Uh-huh.
we like that. That's what we're drawn to. You see
Hey,
how
No,
so,
I think it's just lazy. Don't want to do the hard work. It's so hard. Um,
but
I gotta,
yeah, that too.
hmm.
That
Yeah,
and you know
and
too.
what? And I'm not
But I
even.
think
And you know what? I ain't even mad at that, right? Because I know my people. My people
hmm.
love drama. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? I don't think we ever gonna get to a point where we're not gonna like drama. But what
Hmm.
I'm saying is, don't come jumping in my face talking about some. Well, you don't do this, and you hate this one, and you don't want to do a positive show, and then your black ass don't show up when I'm doing a positive show. And they know who they are. And the next time they come in here, I'm gonna say something to them about it.
and hey and Max, and you know what will be the messed up thing?
Hmm.
They will go to that. They'll tell you to do that, but they'll go to another content creator who's not doing that at all and be
Yeah,
laughing it up over it.
exactly,
And I'm like,
exactly.
wow, man, you on some
But I
hypocrite.
like this. Uh huh. But I like this show. I like the way it went. We had some good discussions. It's a start. We're gonna have more. Matter of fact, that backdrop to a new show we got coming out next year called Urban Builders, and that's gonna be about community building and the things that we could do in the community. I'm gonna look up a whole lot of stuff about community, how we can get property or own houses in the community, um, different things to get things started in the community. That's going to be all about black family and all about black community. You know, just that one show is going to be dedicated to black excellence, black upward movement, all of that. But the discussion was really good, man. We had some good discussions. We got down, we uncovered a few things, but we still got a ways to go. Black people, we got to work to get better. No, we still doing little things. We still got a bad habit of doing little things that hold us back. We got to somehow break ourselves out of that. You know. You
Yeah.
know. Well, we got Black Ops tonight around what? Then what time we gonna fire it up at 9?
I got it set up for 7 for right now. I'm gonna move it back.
Yeah, set up at 9. You know, and we're gonna see if we can get some debates going on tonight. You know what I'm saying? In the place of his face, Psycho, and well, I'm not. You know what? I'm not entertaining woke progressive no more, man. Nah, I'm not entertaining no more.
I don't think he really wants to debate. I think he just want to troll.
Nah, but he Mr. Intellectual though. He Mr. College. These guys kill me, man. We're talking about some, you know, they're intellectual and they're smart and everybody else is dumb, but you can't win a debate. You don't lost every debate you had over here, and you're blaming other people because the fact you lost the debate. So all of the judges are crooked. Everybody's crooked. Your argument can't be weak, though. You made weak arguments, which caused you to lose your debates, but it's everybody else's fault that you lost your debate. And I'm done with RBR. I'm not supporting him no more at all. I'm not going to his channel. I'm not sending no cash apps. I ain't got no more sympathy for the man. I think he's a lunatic, and I believe he's a danger to his wife. And he's anti-black. I don't fuck with him no more either. Come over here and attack my little sister for no reason. Like I wasn't supposed to do something about it. We had a good discussion too, bro, about Psycho came up. I think it was a show before yesterday. We talked about pro-black and being black first. This is the same thing. That turned into a good discussion.
Yeah, it was good. I was listening to it till I had to go to work. Yeah, you had that Arsenal guy.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
But you know what, man? I kind of like him, man. I think I can help. For some reason, I don't know why. You ever been around somebody you think you can help, even though everybody else thinks it's a lost cause? You know what I'm saying? I don't know why, but I think I could help him for some reason, man. That's why I let him come up and run his mouth. I try to get him to see some things. Sometimes he'll see one thing, but then he'll fall behind on something else or whatever. I'll get one step forward and then he'll go 2 steps backward. I don't know why, man, but for some reason I think I can help that guy. I don't know why. I just don't know why.
Well, there's some people who have their beliefs, but it's just from what they've seen and what they've heard. Like he said, that this is stuff that he heard online. This ain't stuff that he actually experienced.
Right.
And the problem is he met the wrong people first.
Right.
Then the, then the people who can actually tell him, hey, okay, this is not what's really going on. You have to listen to people who's not on the I'm hurt because some black woman did this to me or some black woman did that to me.
Right.
No, there's something that happened. I dealt with that, but this is not the majority of black women. And you know, when faced with that, and some of that programming is deep within. You can tell.
Yeah.
And it takes time. You just have to talk to him. As long as he's not being like totally out of pocket,
Hmm.
you can tolerate that.
Yeah. And
Hey,
that's
you
another thing.
tolerate Kendall, so
Yeah. And that's another thing. He doesn't get totally out of pocket. First, when he came up here, we had to straighten him out about that. But he stopped doing that, and he showed me some signs of reason. You know, I mean, he's still 90% messed up, but there is some things there that I recognize about him that um he can be reasoned with, and I be trying to help him. That's why I like him to come up on the panel, and we get into discussions, and I try to talk things out with him. I think I can, to get him to see reason, you know, and by letting him interact with people on the panel, and and talking to other people, give him some good information to see if that can get him to open up and see that the stuff he's following is foolish. Following Kevin Samuels and the dead manosphere, and I'm on record saying that the manosphere could be excellent for the black community if it had the right leadership.
yeah,
I like the concept.
I agree with you on that one.
Right.
I felt the same way. The Black Manosphere would be great if they
Hmm.
had people checking them people.
Right.
'Cause the problem is they let anybody come in,
Right.
and when you let anybody come in, black people have a bad. We don't control our image well at all as
Mm.
it is. So you just bringing anybody in, somebody say something out of pocket or do something out of pocket. Guess what? You're gonna feel the brunt of it. Like with the that Roger Black guy. Now
Hmm.
that's a bad look on the Black Manosphere
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
because
It's
you
pretty
let
bad.
everybody and Kevin Sanders because you let everybody come in and you don't vet these people. You don't see what they're about. So yeah, I agree with you.
And
It would be great.
the thing about it, they can get out from under that if they made a genuine effort to say, "Hey, listen, this guy was crazy. Obviously, this is not what we promote over here. Okay, we don't condone this. We don't want to see anybody get hurt like that. We don't want." But no, they doubled down on it and made fun of the women,
Yeah.
blamed the women, and now it's coming out now that he was a stalker. He put in one woman's house, I think it was the girlfriend that he killed. He
Hmm.
installed cameras in her house without her consent
Hmm.
and was
Yeah.
watching her while she was home by herself, even after they broke up. So he ended up stalking her and killing her.
Mm.
And so now they look crazy. They got egg on their face. They look absolutely crazy right now. All of them. At least I think LAR movement is trying to back off of it because he realized how crazy that is.
Well,
I mean, this man was a stalker, huh?
well, that's why when I did my podcast, and I waited. I was waiting because I
Yeah,
didn't want to just jump on there and then try to because then you hear more stuff come out, and then now it's like, oh,
right.
this dude was out of there,
And
Hmm.
it's not.
and it's like now now you got to backtrack, and then you got to explain away, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing all that.
And
I'm
it's
gonna
not
wait.
even over because now they're investigating the wife and what was going on between him and the wife. They're investigating that, so we may have even more information that comes out.
That's what I'm saying. You know, and
Yeah.
the thing I and when I was waiting, and one of his friends came out. Now, he was more in support of the guy than like, but he said, yeah, that the guy had problems. They had a girlfriend that was saying the same thing. The dude had problems. So at the
Hmm.
you know, so if he was stalking and stuff like that, now I didn't see that part. Maybe,
Hmm.
but man,
Yeah, yeah, he was
but
talking to man.
everybody agreed this man had problems.
Yeah, the girl had a Facebook page and everything. It was a lot of information that was left
Oh
behind.
yeah.
The cameras really, really tripped me out, man. Like he installed right before they broke up and she kicked him out. I think he broke into her house and installed cameras. They found cameras that he put in there, and he stalked her and killed her. Now they investigating what went on between him and the ex-wife. So stand by. It ain't over. More information
Mm.
come out. What's up, Joe?
Uh, Joe got two. I guess one is going out, and others he's trying to get into
The
the other one.
joys of StreamYard. The joys of StreamYard,
I
man.
don't know. I never really had a problem with StreamYard. Oop.
To say
Okay.
one more thing about the manosphere, they got up there because they got the attention of a lot of young black men. And so why don't you use that to your advantage? And take time to try to straighten these young men out rather than turn them into incels and awkward ass dudes that hate black women. That's not going to help anybody, man. It's not going to help them. It's not going to help us as black people. That doesn't advance us forward. You have a perfect
Well,
opportunity. Uh huh.
well, I think that there is some shift in that. There's some dudes who kind of rebelling against them because they seeing that all a lot of those dudes want to do, especially the older guys, want to blame, shame, and explain to black women what their bad behavior. They want to attack black women, where some of these guys are saying like, look, I ain't trying to attack these women no more. I'm not. I'm trying to get where my situation is great. How are you going to help me do that? And and it seemed like the Black Manosphere as a collective are not doing a good job of trying to get those young men to where they need to be, where they want to be. And that's what I'm saying. That's where that kind of infighting is going on right now. So I think that there's some hope to it, you know, and maybe they will.
Well, like I said, if they
And as
get
long as these guys keep doing all this co-signing pedophiles and the murderers
yeah,
and
that's
not
another
doing
thing
it,
too.
you
Yeah.
co-sign these people. That's gonna make people be like, whoa, whoa, no, man. Okay, I look, we got to get out. I got to get out of here. You on some bullshit right
Mhm.
Kevin Samuels and maybe they should have been separating themselves far away.
now.
Okay.
Ma- Max's Morgan.
Digit digitized Border. All right. Yeah.
But yeah. Uh, hey Joe, how you doing, Joe? Hey,
Everybody's having technical issues. Okay, I guess I
yeah.
better start practicing my Zoom. I have less problem with StreamYard. And StreamYard got more stuff going on. Well, I don't know. I haven't been in Zoom except for occasional meeting.
I, I think I guess it just depends. 'Cause sometimes it's been working great, but then I know like a couple of weeks ago, it's like it would cut on and cut. I couldn't hear the people when they're talking.
Hmm.
It's like I gotta have because I got two phones. I gotta have one phone so I can listen to what they're saying, and then the other phone so I can respond to what they're saying. So it's kind of it's just
Uh,
weird. But it's,
well, I kind of do that with the computer, but that's because I'm doing all kind of behind the scenes stuff, and I'm pulled away from being able to see the comment. So in order to be able to see the comments, I have to use my phone. Okay, everyone. Okay, all these technical problems is also a sign that hey, we're gonna shut it down. Gotta be prepared for Black Sox um open mic debate tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Hey, Charlene is about to just shut it down.
hey, Charlene.
hmm So as I was saying, I'm gonna shut it down and prepare for the Black Ops open mic debate to tonight 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. All right. So everybody, it's gonna be peace, power, unity. Oh, we're gonna have another one on building the community. So it's not gonna end here. Um, even though I personally think we got sidetracked, but hey, sometimes when we have long discussions like that, stuff like that happen.
Yeah, especially you going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, once you go past like the 2 hour mark or something like that, yeah, it kind of is going to drift off into other things.
Yeah,
That's why, like my podcast, is I try to keep it at an hour. Oh, I just go all over the place.
yeah, yeah. So all right, so I expect to see y'all for the debate tonight. Let me see, Charlene, Bro Speak. Y'all can be on standby. Might need some judges.
Okay.
I I probably can't do it tonight because I go to work.
Uh,
So yeah,
At what
so
what
I'll
time?
listen.
it's gonna be 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah,
So let me see, what's that? For you,
eight
that's
o'clock Central.
well, yeah, but she's on the other end. 8 o'clock, so 6 o'clock for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uh huh.
yeah, that's right. 6 o'clock. You in where you at, Charlene?
I'm in Cali.
Oh yeah, so yeah, 6 o'clock.
I'm going down to Cali. Cali. Okay, sorry, I must be getting punch drunk. That song just popped up in my head.
Damn, getting into other things.
Okay, all right. So, okay, peace, power, unity, everybody. See y'all later tonight. For those who do, Merry Christmas. If you don't, Happy Holidays or Happy dinner, family reunion, get together day. All right, peace, power, unity,
Bye.
everyone.